Hello, Executor. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. You missed your first chance of qualifying to play in a match against ENG. What went wrong in the match?
Yeah, we weren't in the right mood, I guess, at that day. We had some struggles with that after first loss of the day on different tournament. I think that was the problem.
Do you feel like in today's CS, where you are playing multiple tournaments at once, it's a big problem for the team and for you especially?
I mean, I think it's not anymore a problem for us, but we played 4 officials yesterday and we had a great mood because I think we found the solution to that problem for us.
Do you feel like ENG are really the biggest favorites since the Tipsport odds are saying so? So you felt their power in the match?
I mean, yeah, they played really well. I think they have good chance of qualifying. Yeah.
So far, you are playing against top teams in this tournament. Navi are no different. Are you happy you are getting opponents of this quality?
I mean, Navi Junior is comfortable for us. We beat them before and not once, I think. Yeah, it's fine opponent for us.
Okay, so you feel like this draw is perfect for you then. Was there your maybe favorite opponent to meet in this round?
I mean, I haven't even watched what other opponents could it be, so doesn't really matter for me.
Yeah, so you are focusing only on yourself and your team. What will be the most important thing for you to defeat Navi? What do you need to replicate from the last match?
Get good mood and don't overpick, play a simple Counter-Strike, play good structure, and it's enough to beat them.
And you feel in the good mood right now today?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, great to hear that. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
Hello, Krabeni. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. You done very well against Sashi after losing to Passion UA. Was there something you did take from both of these matches?
Yeah, we watch our mistakes against Passion UA and we try to focus on these mistakes and try to play just better against Sashi, and yeah.
Okay, and it worked. Against RUSHB, they played one best of 3 already in this tournament. Is that better for you since you can prepare for them better, since you can study the one BO3 they played?
Yeah, of course, because they played also some other games. Lately they played some officials, so we can focus like what their game style. But yeah, I think it's gonna be fun match.
They were talking about their crazy schedule. Do you have a crazy schedule as well, since they are playing like 2 to 3 officials per day? So how many officials are you playing right now?
Today we have only one, but before some months it was like we had 3 or 4.
Yeah. Okay, that's definitely a lot. Does that fit you, or is that counterproductive in your eyes?
Maybe it fit us. I don't know. I'm not sure. But can we? I can nothing.
Okay, this is your first chance to qualify for playing match. How important would be this win for you, since it would give you higher seed or a chance to play for higher seed?
Yeah, I think it's important game because lately we lost some games and we lose our Valve ranking. We lose a lot of points, and I think it's important to win. So we secure the play-in match, so we don't have to play another, and then we can focus on the play-in match more.
Yeah. In terms of importance of this tournament, is this the most important tournament you are playing right now? So are you focusing a lot more maybe on this tournament and on the others?
Right now, yeah, our main focus is for Tipsport because we want to play LAN. So yeah, our main focus is to qualify for this LAN.
Are you familiar with the team you play against today? Do you know them well?
We played, I think, last time we played in qualifier and we beat them. And yeah, we played, I think, Prague, and we played officially against them a lot of times. So yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the match.
Thank you.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co ráč? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ.
Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Another day of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague is upon us as we soon reach the tail end of the Swiss stage. 2 teams already booked their ticket to the Top 8 Decider Series, and 2 more will do that today. Sadly, the action starts with a delay as RUSHB are currently playing another best of 3 in a different competition, so they will sadly concede map number 1 to Navi Jr. as a default win. Luba and Pronogo here to bring you all the action, but not so soon. Pronogo, I mean, how are you doing? It's a bit unfair. We can compliment RUSHB on the grind. At the end of the day, it kind of steals the action away from us, right?
It does indeed, Luba, but I will say the fact is, you know, we know what happens in these competitions at this level of competition. There's so much Counter-Strike to be played that it becomes really difficult to balance the schedules. And sometimes these kinds of collisions are, well, let's just say they're hard to avoid. Currently in that series, RUSHB are struggling a little bit to find the form they need. They're hoping that this extra bit of time that they've gained by default loss for Navi Jr. there is going to help them find some success in that other competition. And then they can rock up here late, but maybe still have a chance. That being said, of course, we do have about maybe 45 minutes or so before that second map of this best of 3 between these 2 teams will end up being played. So all we can say is just what they imagine they would say in the Czech Republic, umlawem ze zaspożdění. Or at least that's what I think you would say it as.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Of course, you saw the Swiss stage bracket. You can see the schedule for today. Of course, these matches were highlighted in our bracket you just saw before. Navi Jr. playing RUSHB to start things out, but of course, Navi Jr. got a default win as RUSHB is still playing 1 best of 3 in a different competition. Afterwards, at maybe 7:30, we will get to see Passion UA versus, of course, Dynamo Eclot, a hometown team, a team of the Czech Republic. So that's going to be a fun day of Counter-Strike for us. Sadly, a bit late to the action. RUSHB players will be, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see that, of course, there's plenty of action to be had. We can get a little bit of a sneak peek about the veto for the series we're about to play, which will give us a little bit of an insight. However, obviously, with RUSHB seeding the first map, I believe that was their map pick. We'll find out exactly here in just a moment with the way that RUSHB start off the ban. I'm assuming they also start off the pick. So, yeah, they were going to pick Nuke. That will obviously be defaulted over to Navi Jr. And so with Navi Jr. starting on their map pick of Ancient, it's going to be a little bit of a tough one. Now, of course, we'll have to wait and see if RUSHB are able to mount some kind of defense here, because they will have to play on Mirage as the decider. And that is a map that Navi Jr., admittedly, they did lose the last time they played that map in this tournament, but that is a map that they are very good on. So it's a tough call for RUSHB to make, and it's a difficult little hurdle for them to get over if they want to actually get this map win and series win under their belts.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, the situation they put themselves in this turn of events, of course, they're playing one competition, they're playing the other. Of course, when it comes to the Conquest of Prague, a lot of eyes are on them. A lot of expectations are there as they want to get to land. They want to get a chance to get a piece of that prize pool. So the fact that they've defaulted one map, and not just one map, they've defaulted their own map pick to Navi Jr., that makes things very difficult for them. And I'm curious to see how the entire ordeal is going to go in the end, especially, I mean, we saw the similar situation with Gun 5 like a few days ago, right? Where it was, again, very similar. They had to default a match and then they lost the match they were playing. It can be very heartbreaking to find yourself in a situation like that, because at the end of the day, it's a lose-lose no matter what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see if they can at least salvage a W from this situation, despite the odds being stacked against them in now both series that they have to play today. But of course, that will require a little bit of time. So we appreciate everybody on the broadcast, in the chat, waiting here for us and checking out other Counter-Strike action. Of course, there is some action to be played in this very broadcast, in this very tournament. So we hope that you'll stay with us. And then when the time comes, we'll be back with all of that action. Isn't that right, Luba?
Yeah, we'll be back for map number 2 in around 45 minutes. Till then, you can grab some snacks, drinks, and get ready for some good CS. Hopefully, RUSHB won't be deflated afterwards. After playing, of course, their first best of 3. Hopefully, we'll see them in a good light against Navi Jr. on map number 2.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Luba and Pronogo being the harbingers of bad news, as the first best of three will not be played. Navi Jr. proceed to the top 8. They have gotten themselves a default win, as RUSHB have decided to forfeit the match, as their ongoing best of three, well, is still going in a different competition. So, Pronogo, that was a very one-sided affair, we can say.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I was kind of joking with you before we went live how at some point we should cast the RUSHB players arriving on the location and just say, "Oh, they're too late. The series is over." Yeah, that's exactly what has ended up happening here. You can see it on the score line there. 2-0. Well, all of those default wins, Navi Jr. will proceed to join the ranks of Fnatic and ENCE, but we have one more team that will join those aforementioned squads. It'll be either Passion UA, fresh off their best-of-5 victory earlier in the day where they won another tournament, versus Dynamo Eclot, who are the hometown favorites, the hometown heroes. And they're hoping to get a little bit more action and be the defenders of Prague rather than allowing somebody else to conquer them.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of work cut out for them. That is something that we can expect from Dynamo Eclot. I mean, they are a team that actually could do some damage. Passion UA, of course, is not unbeatable, but coming off a win in a full best-of-5 that could give Passion some confidence. On the other side of that same coin, yes, Passion UA can be quite tired after playing 5 official maps, and hence they have not decided to let us start earlier. This next best-of-3 will start 7:30 or 30 minutes towards 8 o'clock European time. So it is going to be a long wait before we actually get to that next best-of-3.
That's true. Yeah, we have a long way to wait, but that'll give plenty of time to figure out exactly which one of these squads is going to be ready for battle. Obviously, the long wait on the one hand, you can say, okay, Passion UA, you just played 5 official maps. That best-of-5 went the full distance. You know, there's an argument to be made that you definitely need a bit of a break, but a longer break might actually make it so that the energy reserves dip.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and then they suddenly can't necessarily find it, especially if they eat some food before, they might start crashing out a little bit, you know, that can happen. So if that ends up happening, then Dynamo Eclot, I mean, either way, they're going to be licking their chops, waiting for the opportunity to sink their teeth into some vulnerable Titans, though they may be.
And the thing is about the Eclot guys, like they're in a situation where they could get to the top 8, and then who knows what could happen. We might get a chance to see them at LAN. And the fact that like we started casting this competition on day number 1, and we talked about them, their chances of maybe getting to LAN, their chances of maybe protecting Prague. Now it seems quite doable as 2 best-of-3s are between them and actually getting to LAN. And we know once that happens, who knows what is going to actually happen on LAN, where they are going to have some hometown fans that are going to be with them, backing them, supporting them, maybe even a little bit antagonizing the opponents. So I'm very curious to see if the Czech boys can actually make their way at least to start it with the top 8.
Yeah, and it's definitely doable. I mean, these guys obviously will be considered underdogs against Passion UA, especially after they just won a tournament elsewhere. But again, it's all in the same day. A lot can happen. This is a best-of-3 instead of a best-of-1. So the series play factors into the things. You know, do you start to think about, okay, the favorites are probably going to win more often when it's series play compared to that best-of-1, which is a bit more upset prone. So a lot of factors to consider, and we got a lot of time to consider it. But yeah, Yuba, you and I are apparently more close to sideline reporters coming in with information about what's going on. You know, maybe next time we can also get a little bit of a sneak peek into the what are the other guys thinking, and who knows what can happen to fill the space. But for right now, it looks like that's pretty much all we have left to say is that, yeah, there will be another delay. RUSHB do forfeit the series. We'll see if they can have a better shot at it next time. They still have one chance to make it to that top 8, but it will be at the lower end. So their seeding will not be good, even if they do clinch the win.
Yeah, of course, Navi Jr., of course, very happy with the current situation. They didn't even need to play, and they have found themselves in the top 8, of course, 1 best-of-3 away from making it to LAN. And that's basically something that every team wanted ever since this competition began. They had a very easy road, actually, between them and making it to the quarterfinals, as we like to call them. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this may be of course, something the production can think about for next time. If there's a forfeit, maybe we could do like a podcast or something like that. But we will go on a very long break, and it is going to take us a long time, as we already previously mentioned. It's going to be 7:30 is when our next best-of-3 and last for today is going to start. Of course, you stay with us, and you'll get a chance to enjoy some pretty good Counter-Strike when the time comes.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Tipsport Conquest of Prague. I'm introing us this time around, and that means it's time to get ready for a podcast. Luba, how are you, sir?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling quite well. This is the first Conquest of Prague podcast. There's like 44 minutes left before our second best of three is about to start. Of course, that first one was a one-sided game because there was no game to be played, as Navi Jr. got the default win against RUSHB, who are still playing their concurrent best of three. Sadly, we didn't get a chance to see those two teams in action, but our next best of three will be quite interesting, and I really can't wait for that to start. Of course, we will fill this time with some of our chatting and our thoughts about what can happen in the future of this competition. As there's a lot of things going on, we decided to take the time, maybe spend like 40 minutes actually to explain the interesting nuances of this tournament, talk a little about the tournament with our, of course, crowd watching on Twitch. And this is going to be a very interesting experience for us to not actually need to fill everything we say in about 2 minutes that we usually have time to do.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes we have a more truncated show. Sometimes, like on the Conquest of Prague, we have a little bit longer. Now we've got the longest by far, which means we can talk about all sorts of things. And so I think one of the first things that can be illuminating as we preview this extended preview of the Dynamo Eclot match against Passion UA was actually to take a quick look at that Swiss stage and see how this sort of tournament has proven to be, I would say, very competitive so far, especially in those upper matches where, remember, Dynamo Eclot, they were up against Cubics, and it was 13-11 as the scoreline before they made it into the 2-1. So that's like the first matchup that I think is good to take a look at. Everybody will, of course, remember that Navi Jr. started their campaign off defeating the hometown heroes. And while it was a one-sided affair to start with, they did at the very least rally in the mid-game. So to see them find success elsewhere, obviously against the Valkyries, the Imperial Valkyries that is, and of course against Cubics, the upstarts from Kosovo, that's definitely a nice little heartwarming show, because I'm always interested in that hometown aspect. You know, how good are the hometown heroes going to be? And so that is one of the big ones. But of course, Passion UA, they've had their own storied run, narrowly missing out to a 3-0 qualification here to the next phase by dropping that series to Fnatic. And that was a well-fought, close-fought series where, at the very least, I think every map was 13-9, 13-8. So you could tell that both teams were definitely in each map. But they weren't able to get it over the line, and that's where they fall to the 2-1 bracket. And that's how we find ourselves here ahead of this match coming up.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be, of course, a fun match to see. But I like that you mentioned some of the teams that, of course, some of the teams that we're not going to be seeing today. You mentioned Cubics. You mentioned, of course, Imperial Valkyries that were the first team to be eliminated from the competition. Of course, we already know two teams that left the competition. That is aforementioned Imperial Valkyries, as well as Cybershock, that for me at least was a bit of a shocker to see Cybershock fall so early, as they didn't really show a lot in their opening match. Then they kind of choked a little bit against Maestro. Then in the elimination match, they couldn't cut it against Nexus. It seemed to me when the tournament began that Cybershock can really even aspire to get to LAN, and at the end of the day, winning one map in the entire Swiss stage is a bit underwhelming.
I have to agree with that. And, you know, obviously the series against Nexus, there were definitely some close fought losses for Cybershock. To see them exit so early is a bit of a surprise, actually. However, there's still some more room for surprises, because while maybe it wasn't a big surprise to see the Valkyries be taken out, I was a little bit surprised to see 9 in the 0-2 bracket to start things off. A tight match against Sashi. Obviously, a tight match against Cubics was the initial upset for 9. And so it was just 11-13, 11-13. Okay, they get a layup against the Valkyries. And now they're in that sort of subterranean territory. In the 1 and 2 games, they'll be going up against Maestro, who obviously surprised to get Cybershock out in the first place. So that's going to be an interesting one where, again, they will be favorites. But them being favorites hasn't really helped them out so much.
Not a lot. Though they should be thanking their lucky stars with what they got so far. I mean, they were favorites coming into every match they played so far, and they lost 2, though both of them were best of 1. So we don't know what could have happened had it been best of 3s. Maybe we would see them in the 2-0 bracket. We actually have no idea how they're absolutely faring best of 1s, because we know like best of 1s, we we can kind of relate to it, like penalties in soccer or football, rather, for the educated fans. Of course, it is going to be quite interesting to see if they can kind of power through Maestro, because they are coming into that best of three as favorites. And if they go to the 2-2 bracket, now then the world is their oyster. And of course, one best of three could lead them to going to the top 8, where again, one best of three could lead them to land. So that's going to be a very interesting kind of experience for Nine, with their backs against the wall throughout the competition, to actually see them maybe even making it to the top 8. Why not even further? For me, of course, what is kind of going to be interesting, apart from many other tournaments that are currently played when it comes to Tier 2. A lot of them, or most of them, the vast majority, are online. The finish of this is going to be on LAN. So like you take a look at like a team like Navi Junior. They're a very good side online. You take a look at Passion. They're a very good side online, maybe 500 in some regard. We can even put, I don't know, in RUSHB in that situation. But then you take a good hard look at like Fnatic or ENG. If they go to LAN, that's going to be interesting. Of course, that will be one of our talking points later. I do have to emphasize the dangers of the deciders. Everybody who is used to watching the majors, you kind of go through the Swiss stage, you got yourself to the playoffs. But the deciders, for me, is where heads are going to roll, because then it's still online. It's one best of three. Either you're in or you're out. And we could see some top teams actually failing to qualify for the top 4.
Well, it's absolutely possible, because when you consider the fact that really the favorites of this roster were, you look at Passion UA, who just ended up scoring a dub in a recent tournament. They have won that best of 5. I look at the fact that we've got Fnatic and ENG. Those are the biggest names here for sure, by far and away. And then we consider, obviously, Navi Junior. They've won a Tier 2 event as well in Yala Compass online. So we've got two kind of fresher squads in Passion UA and Navi Junior who have won tournaments very recently leading into this. Then we also have two squads that maybe are more on the legacy side, especially in terms of organization, and they boast talent that we've heard at the scene at the tops. Glaive on ENG, obviously you've got Crims on Fnatic still, and plenty of rosters that are in this competition are basically looking at them and they're kind of thinking, hey, maybe we can actually, trade with these guys. Maybe before it gets to LAN, before they lock in and feel that LAN arena buff or what have you, we can maybe do some upset potential. Now, thankfully, for those who really like that top of the competition, the creme de la creme, they like to see Fnatic and ENG taking the cake. They like to see the fact that we're talking about them, in the 3-0 bracket. No worries there. Navi Junior have obviously qualified thanks to their default win over RUSHB earlier today. And if Passion UA make it over Eclot, as much as that will be a dig towards the hometown crowd, I do think that would probably be the best outcome if you're just looking at the quality of Counter-Strike, because that's just another narrative we can point to, is the teams that have won events very recently against the teams that haven't won events very recently, but should have been in the running, and that's Fnatic and ENG. So funnily enough, it's like the old dogs have more to prove than these new kids on the block.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very going to be curious to see how it is going to look, especially in the deciders. Of course, we saw how it looked throughout the Swiss stage with Fnatic and ENG. They were challenged at points. They were challenged at rounds, but there wasn't any sort of situation at any point where they were really facing elimination, where they were facing a difficult challenge throughout the Swiss stage. I mean, they both got 2-0, and they managed to go through 3-0 rather, and they managed to go through to the top 8. Of course, they're going to get those 3-2 opponents, which in theory should be a little easier. I mean, I'm talking about the likes of potentially a Gun 5, maybe 9, maybe Nexus, definitely teams that for Fnatic and ENG, even online, are quite beatable. And that kind of leads me to another part, or a talking point that we should discuss, is the fact, like, who could actually go to LAN, and what kind of quality Counter-Strike are we going to see on LAN regarding, of course, the experience of the players and what they can bring if they get to a LAN atmosphere.
Yeah, that's a good point. I know that LAN is a big talking point, a big consideration. Every time we go to those pre-match interviews, which we will have in a brief period of time, about a quarter past the hour mark here. So in about 20 minutes, we'll hear from our teams that are about to take to the field here, take to the server. But looking at the way that the rosters have been assembled, it seems to favor that youth, that inexperience actually on the biggest of stages, which makes the Conquest of Prague a bit of a proving grounds once we get to that point. Sure, we'll see some legacy names. I think at this point it feels like ENCE and Fnatic should be considered shoo-ins, although it's not certain yet. Just going 3-0 doesn't guarantee that you're going to make it into that next phase. But when it comes down to these newer squads, Passion UA and Navi Jr. being chief among them with very recent experience under their belt, and then there's some older squads who just haven't really ever punched up to the next level. I would count 500 among them, and they are, favorites in their matchup going up tomorrow. That's one of those things where I look at that and I think to myself, okay, well, we've got some squads that should be able to make it to LAN. But once they get there, to your point, Liuba, I don't know how much they're going to be able to find success. I don't know, for example, that Navi Jr. versus ENCE, which has been a matchup where Navi Jr. has gotten the better of ENCE every single time online. That could be a completely different story on LAN, where we know Glaive calls better. We know that some of those rosters play better. They've won events on LAN. Obviously, they were, the Eliza Masters and such, so it wasn't necessarily the highest tier of competition compared to a tier 1, compared to what Glaive is used to. That was a bit of a legacy throwback event. And of course, they've even done very well in IEM Katowice last year. So this is a squad that I think we can say safely should be able to perform to a better degree. Obviously, it's a very different lineup than that Katowice lineup, whereas the Eliza Masters lineup was a lot more basically 1-to-1 for what we have now. But I do think that you think about Natu from France, he's the star rifler of ENCE. You think about the fact that SDY is a veteran and also a star unto himself at this point. He's the more developed talent compared to Natu, who's newer. Those two are not really as much of a question mark. I think maybe Natu might underperform where SDY might perform above his current level just because of the fact that he's more experienced. But I also think about Glaive, and I think about, obviously on the side of Fnatic, Crims has been under a lot of scrutiny for his performances, for his numbers, for being a veteran. But, some people start to you go from veteran to check stealer real quick in Counter-Strike if your stuff starts to fall off. And so the question becomes, okay, well, maybe one of the reasons why some of these legacy stars, Guardian before he announced retirement, JW, who's still rocking on eyeballers to this day, Flusha before his retirement, sometimes people would wonder, where are these guys? Where did they go? How did they fall off so hard? And I think a big answer to that question comes in the form of them not playing any more LANs. There used to be more LAN events than online events, and that has significantly shifted in the past half a decade or so. And so that's definitely something that I think is a worthwhile point to exercise, is which one of these squads are going to be able to use this as a stepping stone. Are we going to get any phenoms be on display? Is Makaze from Navi Jr., for example, going to be as good on LAN as he is online? It feels like the answer should be no. You should have to pay your dues, climb that ladder slowly but surely. But we've also seen some really significant developments in newer players where somehow they don't have as much pressure. I don't know how it is. Maybe that pressure hits them later. Like you think about Gambit for going from online to LAN, saying, no, we have no troubles whatsoever. Navi just stomping them in the Stockholm Major. Turns out there was some pressure. That's how it's supposed to be, kind of. You're supposed to have to pay your dues. But so far, we have seen some players who just don't seem to be affected by that in the same way.
It's kind of weird to see, right? I think Spirit is probably one of the first that comes to mind when you think about the teams that don't really have a lot of experience on LAN. They go to LAN and they completely dominate. But the thing is, even with Spirit, you can see their performances in the past few months, definitely since the beginning of 2025. Once they actually get challenged is when the LAN challenge comes in. Of course, when you're dominating, you're feeling good. It's the same as playing online, maybe even better, because a lot of the crowd might be rooting for you in some sense. You're just a rising talent. Everybody wants to see like a wonder kid perform, be the first to see and say maybe in 10 years, yeah, I saw him dominate when he came up to the stage. But then when the top teams with like a mastermind such as Kerrigan starts to maybe play with you, a guy like Apex kind of shows you that you can't really play with him online. You can't really phase him while he has no trouble getting into your head. Then things can actually start to crumble. That's the problem, and that's the pressure that kind of young players or maybe inexperienced players have challenge coming into LAN. And also, I mean, you mentioned Navi Jr. This is actually a big question for Navi as an organization. If they can make it to LAN, if the Navi Jr. side can actually make it to LAN, whoever performs actually has a shot and definitely is in the discussion of maybe going into the senior team. Looking at how the senior team is performing since the beginning of 2025. Look at Jugs. We mentioned him. He is a sub for the Navi senior squad, so that's a big thing for him. But they're probably not going to think a lot about him if he actually does go to Prague, if he actually does go to LAN, and we don't see a lot from him. It's going to be very important for these young players to actually show that once they get to LAN, especially when they get to LAN where maybe the crowd is not cheering for them the entire time. Imagine if Navi Junior faced Dynamo Eclot on LAN. Yeah, the crowd is definitely not going to be on your side. You're going to have to kind of dig deep to show your best gameplay when everybody's yelling and screaming for your demise. So it is going to be quite fun to see which teams can make it to LAN, and of course what players can perform there, because maybe, who knows, in a few months we might actually get to see them on LAN again, but it might be actually a bigger tournament, a tier 1 event where they're going to get a chance to show what they're made of in a more literal sense, right?
Yeah, I think so. And it's worth pointing out, too, obviously, Jugs is that stand-in for Navi, currently registered in a lot of places as their substitute. So that's like one example where they are one of the few organizations, it feels like, that is directly investing their own academy players as the subs if they need them, which is kind of interesting because a lot of rosters have academy squads, but they don't necessarily draw upon them for the talent in emergencies. However, barring any such emergency where Jugs would be taken out of this lineup and thrust into the big stage, it's interesting that he's the one that's chosen. It's not Makaze, who is the star rifler. It's not obviously Krebeni being the IGL. It's not Semtree, who's got that sniper under his belt. The fact that it's Jugs kind of tells you, oh, wait a second, there's some information here about this player that maybe somebody like Blade has some thoughts on. I feel like maybe I could be reading the tea leaves a little too strong here, Luba, but somebody like Blade, does he really just do a random selection of which player he wants? No, I think he's probably got his fingers in all the pies, including that Navi Junior squad. So I mean, he must have had some idea.
Yeah, one of the probably the biggest thing you can think of when you think about maybe an academy player stepping into the main squad is Bit. A lot of people didn't really expect Bit to actually be the one from the Navi Academy team to step into the senior side when he did, given the talent that they had. And remember, on Care, he was probably one of their biggest stars at the time. Of course, you had Monacy at Navi Junior at that time, and you would expect somebody from that Academy side to step in. Of course, you need to take charge of the roles. You need to think about it, and probably there's something that Blade saw in Bit at that certain point, which, I mean, we can say that it paid dividends given Bit's performances from 2021 up until now, and the fact that from that roster, he is the only one left standing in the Navi senior side.
Yes, the last man standing from the Stockholm lineup, which is almost a strange thing to say because it feels like there's been such a through line, but ever since obviously certain geopolitical events broke out, it's been a very different Navi looking squad, and they did end up doing their international pivot. I mean, I remember we talked, obviously there was something that you and I had talked privately about, is the Furia international pit, where it's like, why though? What's going on? The same kind of reaction, I guess maybe it was kind of hype because of the signings that were had. Alexi B, Imma from Gamer Legion at the time, fresh off the Paris Major. These kinds of squads, the signings, whoa, wait a second, it's international? That's crazy. And the fact that Navi Junior has also made that pivot in that way, where they have some Kosovar players, they're willing to have players of different nationalities. Obviously at that point, it tells you, whoa, wait a second. Okay, there's more talent that now Navi Junior can tap into. It's not just the Eastern European squads. It's not just Ukrainians or Russians. It's obviously going to be a little bit of a mix there. And so that's definitely something that I think is interesting. I also was kind of, for my own edification, we can say, was kind of looking through a lot of the rosters that are in the, say, the borderline around the triple digits mark of the VRS ranking and the HLTV world ranking. And I was just astounded by how many well-fragging members of that Eastern European neck of the woods, so to speak, exist. There's so many teams that are 5 Russians, 5 Ukrainians, or some kind of mix thereof that, obviously some Kazakh players as well, and a Kazakh team, in fact. I think it's Rage, if I'm not mistaken. And then, there's like a bunch of squads that are out there that are like, nobody's heard of them really. They've been so few of them and far in between. Have they really played officials even? But they have players that are posting respectable numbers that tell you that there might be talent in need of development, but the talent is certainly there in those spaces. So to see Navi Junior even cast a wider net than that and say, no, we're going to look for even more players, we're going to open ourselves up to all sorts. I mean, it does feel like we've seen the heights of what international lineups can do, with FaZe Clan's major victory coming to mind. Of course, it was actually after the PGL Stockholm event that obviously eventually was won by an international roster. There's that infamous Sponge bet where he said there's no way that there will be an international major win for the next like 3 years, and the very next major it happens. So some people are dining out on that, but I do think that it's just that's the way of Counter-Strike, and people have kind of left behind this idea that we're a Swedish org, or we're a Danish org, or we're a Ukrainian org, or a Russian org. I think a lot of teams are sticking to that kind of thing, but very, very many more are sticking to international.
Yeah, the fact that teams are playing internationally is, for me, it's maybe a double-edged sword. Every time I see a team going international, it's a bit difficult to comprehend, in a sense that, I mean, when you and I started following Counter-Strike, it was a completely different story. You take a Titan, you take an LDLC, you take an NVS, you know that they're French teams, even though maybe the organization is not French. You can kind of see that where they're coming from is France. The same thing comes, of course, to mind with Fnatic, a UK-based organization that took a Swedish roster, and everybody, of course, sees them with deep roots in Sweden, of course. And teams going internationally, to me, it maybe changes up the dynamic of who you actually root for. Because, of course, if you're a Swede 10 years ago, there would be no question. You either be rooting for NIP or you'd be rooting for Fnatic. Who are you rooting now? Medisport? Not really a good situation you find yourself in. Or maybe you're rooting for players playing in international teams and hoping that they can show the best of themselves. It's always been a bit of a weird thing to me when teams started to go international. Of course, now it's actually a more rare occurrence to see teams from one same nation than to see actually international size. Of course, even when we look at this competition, you're going to struggle to find many teams with one same nationality. Of course, you got 500, you got Partizan, you got Passion to an extent with TC from South Africa being their coach. You got Sashi, they're Danish. You got Nexus, they're Romanian. If I remember correctly, their coach is Portuguese. So it's always there's always a bit of a mix of something international, even in national sides today.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, drawing upon the whole world for talent, or the whole English-speaking world, or whatever you want to say there, is definitely gives you a different appreciation, a different set of resources that you can use in the midst of Counter-Strike. Whereas, at the same time, it does feel like maybe those squads that are of a single nationality, those more monolithic squads, maybe they can become a bit too insular, when you don't realize you're in your own bubble kind of thing, and you're a fish in water, not knowing what water is. That kind of thing can be a bit of it can sneak up on you, where you can find success, but then, you only have you only have information about how you and other people of your nationality play. I think those kinds of days are over. I mean, not to say that the international lineups are going to be the only kinds of lineups, but I think generally speaking, even the players and teams, I think we saw that actually in the interviews that we would see in this event and in other events as well. You would be looking at players who are on a lineup where none of them speak English during the games. They're all speaking a different language, maybe even the same language, but they're still confident enough in English to do a 10 to 15 minute interview. Previously, that was almost unheard of for people in the French teams, people in the Danish teams even. They might struggle a little bit, maybe less so on the Danish side, but the French especially would be like that. Obviously, there'd be a lot of teams from the Eastern European side or the Balkan states where they wouldn't necessarily be interested in talking in English for that extended period of time, maybe even at all. And that's one of those things that has clearly shifted. I think the game has become a lot more global. Obviously, as an English as a first language speaker, I'm a little bit biased in that and say, hell yeah, I can understand what they're saying now. But overall, I think it is turning into that situation where the knock-on effects of that are so many more squads are able to do some serious gaming with each other. They can trade up to different players. They can obviously form those relationships on FPL and have those kinds of partnerships with each other in between games. That's how a lot of mixes get established and then turned into proper organizations or get signed by proper organizations later on. So definitely an option, I think, for the squads on the side of, in this tournament. I'm thinking about how it's been so long since we've really seen a dominant sort of monolithic team, as opposed to being a team that is more, perhaps you could just say more spread out there across the world. I'm looking at the fact that obviously Team Spirit, you can say that they are the ones that are more or less still from the same neck of the woods.
Yeah.
But even they have seen a bit of a falter compared to teams like obviously Falcons up there now with their infinite money glitch. You've got Vitality, who are still setting records. Mouse, who seem to be a pretty steady number 2 or at least
the
number 3.
weird thing about that is, right, you can't beat super teams, right?
Yes.
In a sort of a literal sense, because 5 years ago, or that was now 8 years ago, right, when the FaZe Clan project made the entire super team with all of Meister Guardian, Nico, that was a completely different story, because all of the other teams, or most of the other teams, played nationally. They spoke in their native languages. It was a completely different thing, where you got Nico, you got Guardian, you got all of Meister. They need to kind of adapt to speaking internationally, though Nico, to an extent, he had his first tenure on a mouse for 2 years where he did speak in English and stuff like that. But you need to find players that can adapt to actually speak in English, communicate in English, do everything in a very short span of time, often when it comes to Counter-Strike, that they need to do in English. Now I think it's a completely different story, where of course, a player like Rops is probably more used to communicating in English than he would be if he was a part of an Estonian team and speaking Estonian. So that would be, as I see it, a completely different story. Now, of course, international teams are used to it because players are used to speaking English. And I would say that now it's a completely different state of affairs, where super teams can actually make a big difference, where you can't really mess with Vitality at a certain point. The only team that really came close to defeating them was Falcons, who are also, in their own sense, a sort of a super team with Monacy and Nico, and you can put Kixen into account with as a good. You can tell that he's kind of a good frag in IGL when you compare him with some other in-game leaders. You got Testis playing out of his mind, and that's what took to kind of bring Vitality to like the border of defeat this year, and kind of it brings into perspective that maybe now super teams are the ones that could dominate, of course, until we see one more, I don't know, Astralis or something like that. That would be fun.
Yeah, as long as it's not Astralis the org itself, because their time is dusted clearly. I will say the one cool thing, as long as we're on the topic of Vitality, is that we have. This is very different, actually, than the Astralis era of just absolute domination, where you only tuned into those Astralis matches to see how Astralis was going to win. Every single time Vitality play another top team, be it Mouse, be it Falcons, even FaZe Clan to some extent, and probably maybe to a lesser extent Spirit, actually, because there's a bit of a stylistic mismatch there. I think that it's very much Vitality are still mortal. They look like you can beat them, but it's only if you're one of these other squads, right? And especially considering, Navi and Falcons and FaZe and Maus are all European combines. They're all like kind of grabbing talent from all over the place instead of necessarily limiting their focus to one region or one country. That definitely kind of tells you exactly what we were just talking about, where, we've got some monolithic, one area, one region, one country teams within even this competition and spread throughout the scene. But I don't think by and large they are having the same degree of success as some other squads. You think about OG, which is a little bit of a mix. Yeah, they qualified to the major. That's the only Danish majority team that qualified to the major, which is really funny, because that's not what you'd think, especially when Astralis and even Sashi were in the running. There's squads like that. Obviously, we've casted Ecstatic recently. They're another squad. Like these teams are not necessarily the ones that do it all. And I am in full understanding of the fact that I am saying that after there was an all-Ukrainian final played earlier today, where obviously in the tier 2 space, you can still have success as those monolithic teams. But it's interesting to see the growth of how frequent and how common it is now to the point where monolithic teams are way less frequent, way less common than the combines that we're seeing at the uppermost echelon. So yeah, it would actually be a nice, pleasant surprise. The Launders racism arc of having those squads that are a little bit more monolithic in that respect. It would be a nice surprise if we saw teams like the Mongols, teams like even Spirit, be able to end up remaining at the top and really arguing for their nation or their neck of the woods.
Like, do you know the story about the Mongols when they played the Thunderpick event?
Is that recent, or is that
was last year? That was last year. They played a LAN finals, and I can't really remember. I think it was in Berlin, where they actually, surprisingly, if you watch the VOD, you can see them have a lot of fans. You can see a lot of people like with Mongolian flags actually rooting for the Mongols. And the thing was, a lot of those people that came to root for the Mongols. They never watched Counter-Strike in their lives. They just knew, they heard that a Mongolian team is in Berlin, and those are the people that kind of are Mongolian by ethnicity but live in Germany. And they decided, well, who am I going to root for? I'm going to go and see a Mongolian team dominate. And the good thing is their team actually won that event. It was kind of an incredible story of how much maybe monolithic teams are outmatched by international sides now. But on the other hand, if you're kind of from the same nation, you really have that patriotic desire to see them grow and to see them succeed, even if you have no idea what Counter-Strike is.
Well, and to tie it all together here as we come to the end of our segment, it's worth noting that if Dynamo Eclot, who are about to play versus Passion UA, if they make it in, which they could start their campaign off very nicely with a best-of-3 victory today, well, I think we know who the crowd's going to cheer for back at home. So I think that's a perfect point to close it out on for now. But we, of course, are coming right back, not just with content, interviews, all that stuff that we talked about, but, of course, the actual best-of-3 for today. It'll be Dynamo Eclot taking on Passion UA. We look forward to seeing you with us here as we're about to start the first and last best-of-3 of the day.
Hello, Yus. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. From your point of view, what a match against Fnatic, but with a loss in the end. What went wrong? What do you feel like went wrong for your boys?
I think we start pretty good. Also, before the match against Fnatic, we had another BO3 game in another tournament, so we don't have enough time to take a break. And I think we were just out of energy. But even though the game was kind of close, even we were leading, we won first map, we were leading on Anubis, and then something went wrong. For T side, we did some mistakes, and yeah, that's the reason we lost.
In terms of energy and taking a break, your schedule right now is pretty crazy because you are right now playing best of 5 final. How hard is to manage this packed calendar from your point of view, from your point of view of your work of a manager?
Yeah, it's kind of hard because, you know, players asking for reschedule something, or even if we can play on another day, but there is no option in some tournaments. So we must play 2 games in a row, like each day or so. It's kind of hard, but yeah.
Yeah. From your perspective, do you feel like there should be more room maybe for players to take a break, or are you a fan of playing as many tournaments as you can pack together?
I think it's good for new teams because when we play official games, it's more easier to get used to each other and start to play better. You know, like Prague is Prague, but officials is more effectively for me. So I think playing officials is much better, but yeah, like you said before, the schedule is crazy.
Yeah. How important for you is to win this BO5 you are playing right now in terms of having a good mood, a good energy for another BO3? Do you think it will impact your team in a huge way, maybe for the next match?
I think, yeah, it should be, but as for now, we are losing 1-2, and if we will win, it will be 5 maps, you know, so...
So better to lose quickly right now.
No, I don't think so. I think so. Anyway, we should win because the good mood is better than, like, lose the match and have more time to rest, so, yeah.
Yeah. For sure, but when you now, when there is a possibility to get to maybe 3 maps with Eclot, there can be 8 maps competitive in a day, so that's pretty crazy. Plus, they are home favorites, so do you think they will be maybe under more pressure than you are right now?
Eclot?
Yeah.
I don't know. We are not on the LAN stage, you know, it's online, so I don't think that we are under pressure or something, like... Maybe on the LAN stage, if you face each other, it will be, but for now, 100% no.
Yeah, but in terms of pressure on them, since they want to qualify for a home LAN, is there something that you can work with to play maybe more aggressive CS?
I'm not a coach. I think TC will take care of it. Okay. We'll just watch the game.
Do you feel like Dynamo right now is a strong opponent for you, or are you confident that you can make it today to a final playing stage?
I think, yeah, they're playing good. I don't know what to say about the game at all. We are not bad also. We're playing good right now, winning the game. So I think game gonna be close. We'll see who will win.
Yeah, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck for this tournament we are playing right now, and either for the match after that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Eli. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. A close win against Kubix in the last round of BO1s. What was the key factor of closing it before overtime?
I think we have won crucial situations and we killed people we should have killed.
Yeah. Do you felt pressure in that match since you're playing for a chance to get not the highest seed, but still higher seed than you would get if you were 2-3? That will be hard in the play-in match.
Like pressure was there because the match was pretty close, so we were so focused on getting round by round because we could have lost, we can say. But yeah, luckily we have not luckily, yeah, we have won. But yeah, we see how it goes against Passion UA now.
Yeah, against Passion UA, it is pretty close in terms of Tipsport odds. How do you feel about your opponent?
I have seen that they are pretty good right now. They were in finals Galaxy something, and they were playing pretty good. So we need to be in our A game to be able to like win against them.
Yeah, that's happening right now. We are playing the BO3 the same day. They are playing their BO5 final. Do you feel like it will influence them and their game, their focus in the BO3?
It depends on players because sometimes you are warmed up after the BO5. You know what you are doing and you feel the game, and sometimes they can be exhausted. So it depends on the players.
Yeah, Passion UA even managed to beat Navi in their second round. Your arch nemesis, maybe right now. Is there something you took from that match?
I haven't seen that, so I don't know, but we need to be cautious because we see that they know how to play. They are pretty good individuals, so we need to be cautious and play our best.
You're getting so close to qualifying to at least the play-in match and then to the LAN. Does the pressure start building up, or are you excited to have a chance to play for home LAN?
For sure, excited. We want to be on the LAN and be in our crowd to be able to play against such a good teams who will qualify. So it's an opportunity for us for sure. So we need to be excited and try our best.
We see you for the first time in your new jersey. What is the honest review of your new kit?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah,
and also material is pretty good. So yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview and good luck for the match.
Yeah, bye-bye.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. The interviews are over. We got to hear actually the manager of Passion UA, given that, of course, the team was playing a best-of-5 final while the interviews have been recorded. That's what kind of ended up being the unfortunate case of us not being able to hear the perspective of their players. Always interesting to hear the perspective of the managers, as he was like, yeah, it's difficult for us because there's so many matches to be played, and that's something we didn't even discuss, the kind of the difficulty of the schedule. So many matches played day by day, trying to get those VRS points. And remember, day number 1, Cubix, we heard actually Gamezilla say himself that he doesn't really care so much about the LAN, that he really wants to get those VRS points, and that's basically what the teams are looking for at the moment. On the other side, we got a new jerseyed up Eli that was really excited about the prospect of playing in front of his home crowd. And another thing I thought of, we never really discussed that. Not only will they be playing in front of their home crowd, they'll be playing in a LAN environment that they have been played in front of, they have played in front of before, right? They're going to play in the Vodafone Arena that is home to number of Tipsport and PLAYzone events as well. So they're actually going to know the equipment they're going to be playing on, which is kind of a plus side for them if they can make it to LAN, right?
Yeah, big if they can make it to LAN. And, you know, I would say that there is a solid chance for that either 2-1 or 3-1 or a 2-2 qualification spot, right? This phase or the next phase of the Swiss stage. We should definitely see them through, but will they be able to make it past the next hurdle? That feels like it is very much down to not only how well they play, but which teams they get played up against. So the seeding is going to matter for that one. I don't know how much of an update we'll have on that anytime soon. I feel like we probably need to wait until tomorrow's days are over as far as the series are concerned before we can make it happen there. But that's one of those things that I'm always interested in is not only what matchup are you playing right now, but what if you win or if you lose, who are you going up against next? And as you pointed out, the VRS impact is going to be big. Cubic's obviously trying to storm the gates themselves. That's why GameZilla was saying, you know, we're basically a fresh squad in that respect. So overall, when you're considering the options that you've got, you got to think to yourself, how do I get into all of the tournaments that I can get into? And that's where the strength of schedule comes in. That's where it's, wow, there's so many games, you know, RUSHB having a best of 3 an hour apart from another one. Oh, they couldn't make it. That's a big reason why, is because all of these teams want to accept as many matches as possible to get on the board, get those leaderboards going. For Passion UA, they shouldn't have nearly as much of a problem there. They did just come off of a best of 5 final that they won over Team Next Level earlier in the day. However, this tournament, this match could be a little bit harder for them as a result of having to go through all of that. We're taking a look at our schedule here with Navi Jr. getting the default win over RUSHB. They have already made it to the top 8 and they will play in the play-in. Passion UA or Dynamo Eclot will join them by the end of the day, and they'll have another opportunity. Whoever loses here can play again tomorrow or in the next few days, actually, for another spot. So it's going to be not all of the stakes are on the table. Not everything is here for us to talk about a feast of narratives. But as far as Passion UA are concerned, if they stumble here, they will have another chance. The stumble could be a real chance, though.
Oh, yeah.
When you're thinking about the fact that you just played 5 official maps, a best of 5 that went the distance, and you're going up against a hungry team that wants to perform against a home crowd that they're familiar with the arena, it all starts to stack up in favor of Dynamo Eclot for the upset.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I would not be surprised if Passion UA maybe bottle this a little bit, given that there's a lot of emotional exhaustion as well when you play a full best of 5, because when you dedicate so much time to not only play an entire best of 5, but also to play the entire competition leading up to a best of 5,
yeah,
at the end of the day, you maybe feel a little just not that ready to continue grinding, and you know the grind is very close as they're, of course, approaching their next match. We're going to get to see, of course, the players that will be competing on both sides afterwards. We're going to get to even see the veto of this best of 3, and I'm very actually excited to see what maps are going to be picked, because there are some good maps for both teams, and there are some maps that both teams play quite well. So that's going to give us a lot of information of where this best of 3 can actually go. Map number 1 is going to be Train. It is the map pick of Dynamo Eclot, and we're going to see what they can do on it. I mean, Train, always a hit or miss map, but definitely a map where you can do a lot of damage on. Afterwards, we're moving to Anubis, a map that also could be 50-50. We spoke about Anubis. It quite often kind of ends either 13-4 on one side or 13-4 on the other, and the decider, if we get to it, will be Ancient.
Yeah, this is a really interesting set of map picks and also of map bans. To not see Nuke makes a little bit of sense here, I suppose. But also, for sure, the fact that Ancient is our decider, that could lead to some interesting things if this goes the distance. And, you know, why wouldn't it go the distance after Passion UA just played a full 5-game best of 5? We might as well see a full 3-game best of 3 to close their day out. Now, Dynamo Eclot will want to close it sooner. They have the advantage of playing their map up first. And with a beleaguered, maybe slow to wake, slow to start, a Passion UA on the other side of it, that those guys could end up being a little bit victims to their own success. Worth pointing out, we're talking about VRS. Passion UA recently, just in the last 5 days, shot up 27, almost 30 spots in the VRS, from 76 to something like 46 or something like that. So, you know, it's a pretty significant jump in that respect. And as a result, they're going to potentially open themselves up to more invites, but they need to chain that success together, because the bigger they are, the harder they fall. The fact that they are so far further up in the VRS all of a sudden means that if Dynamo Eclot score a win here, they stand to win big as well.
Oh yeah, this could be very important. I mean, of course, in Melbourne, everybody talk about the Giant Slayer bonus. Of course, Dynamo Eclot are not going to get a bonus at that, but it is going to feel really good to beat a team that is up and coming, to actually beat a team that is playing quite well and comes into a match against you as the favorites. Of course, at some point also, we're going to see the odds, and that's going to give us a little bit more insight as to who the favorites can be, who the favorites will be coming into this match. And let's not forget one more thing. Dynamo Eclot also played a best of 3 today. Of course, it wasn't that close as, of course, Passion's match was, but they played one best of 3. They got a victory, and that could be a contributing factor as well. The fact that they won, we could say convincingly, 2-0, their first best of 3 coming into their second best of 3 of the day, that could give them a lot of confidence, especially against a team like Passion.
Absolutely true. Yeah. And, you know, I'm interested in what the odds will end up saying. I feel like maybe they end up generally favoring success in recent history comparatively, but actually this is a much tighter match than I thought. And I think that's the reflection of the fact that Dynamo Eclot had a much quicker affair for their series, whereas Passion UA had a longer one. Now there was a break between both series. It's not like anyone's coming in straight from their previous series. There was a nice little hour and a half break or so. And as we get to see some of our players on the screen, I also want to shout out Detour here. Detour, he ended up playing super well in the last showing that he had in this tournament, where it was his carry that made the difference between him and Cubic. So for him to come back up and fire on all cylinders, if he can do that, we can start to go some serious distances with the side of Dynamo Eclot. They can have a lot of impressive showings if, you know, it's not just Mikey as a star rifler, but also Detour. And if we also end up seeing Forcy on the AWP fragging out as best as can be, that can be a humongous favor for the side of Dynamo Eclot.
Yeah, especially we can see, of course, that Mikey might need a little work done on his walls. I know a guy that can buff those imperfections on your walls right out. So, of course, making a little bit of money on this tournament could help with that. Of course, all jokes aside, good Counter-Strike is to be played. We, of course, missed our first best of 3 of today as, of course, Navi Jr. got that default win over RUSHB, who couldn't make it to their match. Now, both teams seem to be at the ready. We can see Daitor, some Gatorade over there. I don't know if it's another energy drink. I don't want to really give a shout out to any drink that's not a sponsor.
No free shout outs, no free advertising. You know, give us that cash. Let's see it. Then we can talk.
Yeah, so he's ready with the refreshments. He's going to be ready for today. We can see, of course, that Dynamo Eclot players are really excited about this match because it could lead them one step closer to LAN, and we are, of course, already spoke about that. Map number 1 will be Train, their map pick, and that's the kind of map that I think teams are still maybe struggling to play on. A few tricks, just a few tricks is enough to actually dominate this map, especially on a tier 2 level. Let's remember the newer maps that came in, the CS2 or CSGO before that. You got Ancient, you got Anubis, and those maps were make or break on what innovative you can do. A good smoke, a good molly, that can make a big difference. So I'm very excited to see, now that they decided to go to Train, are they going to actually just play their game, or did they prepare something special?
You know, speaking of preparation and speaking of sponsors, I had no idea that Burger King was a sponsor of the eLives team here, Dynamo Eclot. I guess as an American, I must pledge my allegiance towards them and say they're my new favorite team.
I like KFC better.
Yeah, well, fair enough, fair enough. I actually haven't been to either in so long, but fake American over here. What can I say? But hey, we are going to get into some good Counter-Strike very soon. You said it best, Yuba. This will be our first and last best of 3 of the day, given the other one was a default win for Navi Jr. And it definitely tells me that we're going to see some good action, because I can tell War2K is getting dialed in. He's the opper and the secondary caller for Passion UA. He's going to have his big green and his big brain working together to see what else he can come up with for his squad as the rest of the team gets ready to slot in. Just warming themselves up. Jacasma weebs out. That's it. That's the tweet.
Oh, all right.
Nothing else to add.
There was something more between you and finishing that sentence. We can see, of course, in the players' monitors before we cut to Demka, of course, that the teams seem to be ready to jump right into train. That'll be our map number 1 to start things off in this best of 3, a qualification match at that. The loser, on the other hand, is going to have one more chance. Of course, whoever loses will play one more best of 3 with their chances of achieving LAN a bit slightly lower, given the fact that, of course, we know that the 3 and 2 teams will have their work cut out for them in those deciders if they can actually make it to there.
Yeah, that is the question, right? It all comes down to, do you have what it takes to make things happen, to make it all the way to the vaunted LAN spot in that Vodafone arena that we've heard and talked so much about? And as the teams ready up, we're going to get into train for the start. This is, of course, the map pick of Dynamo Eclot. There's Anubis and Ancient coming out, which means that the acronyms here are TAA, one of the worst anti-aliasing options in gaming history. Please disable it every time you can. And that does bode pretty well.
Give me a crash course of anti-aliasing.
Yeah, the best anti-aliasing is no anti-aliasing, because they all either blur or sharpen. It's just a filter, man. It's a filter that eats your cycles. That's all.
So you don't use anti-aliasing?
Yeah, you don't want it. You don't want it.
All right, that's interesting. Coming from a game developer to just a player. I put an anti-alias. To me, it looks better. All right. Jokes aside, we're ready to begin. Passion UA starting on the CT side as we head into train. The hometown boys of Dynamo Eclot are their challengers in this qualification match. Map number 1 takes us to train, where the Czech boys really want to fight. As look at Nubik. He's quite quick. Between those smokes, he's searching for a frag while his teammates will assault this MTB bomb site. Look at the mini-map. The bomb is being planted, and Passion UA have fell for it. This is a good start for the Dynamos.
Yeah, that's multiple Molotovs purchased by the T side bright and early. Hey, what's going on? Wake up. You got some T's in your T main. Now, Kavem will take care of that pretty quickly, but I do like the control that Dynamo have. It's very unlikely, even with a man down, that the T's will cede this round, but Topa wants to make it a little bit of a different story. He'll eventually be overwhelmed, but from the top rope, Jacasmo strikes. It's E-Live in a clutch that he cannot win, and now the bomb will be defused with Passion UA getting up to it. So expect a force in the next round, but a very nice retake on that B bomb site.
Very fast retake at that. They didn't really have a lot of time to start with. Nubik's job was only to spend as much time as possible alive towards that A bomb site, and he actually did that. Get clotheslined by Quem, and then the retake came in. I would say that they shouldn't have not let this slip. There was so much margin for error, and they actually made all the mistakes necessary for Passion UA to get the round.
It's fair to point out, too, that because they invested so much in utility, they didn't really feel like they could rock the P250s out for more long-range engagements, which we have seen plenty of times down Ivy and in towards B when you're doing those pistol takes on the T side. Now, looks like B site will be the mark yet again. Jacasmo was doing a little bit of peeking, being cheeky, trying his best to maintain control, but he's going to go play a bit more of a passive angle. War 2K on the rotate towards Z to add a little bit of backup. And, well, it's going to be a very nice setup here for Passion UA to retake fast, especially as Jacasmo fires back from that one-and-done angle. It should be done, but it's 7 HP. He slinks away. Surely he gets taken down through the smoke, but he keeps being Neo from the Matrix and dodging. Quem, he's going to have to fall back a little bit, and Topa, he's making things happen.
Jacasmo just slithering through the smoke, still alive, and this is not an easy round for Passion UA. All right, boys, you got that last retake. This one, not so easy. Demka makes it possible now. Mikey dies. Forzy left. That scout has to do damage, and now they've snuffed it out as Quem takes down Forzy. He's going to be the second round for Passion UA, but the Dynamos, again, make them work for the retake.
Yeah, I really wish they had been able to secure the kill onto Jacasmo earlier. It would have changed the whole round. It would have been basically a refrag there as they entered in onto the bomb site. That one-and-done angle behind the oil train is so powerful.
Oh, yeah.
But you're not supposed to be able to do this. Jacasmo getting that initial frag and then skirting away underneath the smoke. Obviously expending utility, but well worth it to keep your player alive and keep things even more ugly here. And Dynamo Eclot, they didn't pick great post-plant positions, so they get torn to shreds as a result.
one thing I have to say, throughout my time watching Counter-Strike, every time a hometown team plays for LAN in front of the home crowd, they do a lot in the competition, but rarely enough. Remember Furia and Rio? It's one of those situations, close but no cigar. We'll see if Eclot can play well enough today to get to the deciders, and maybe an easier match than they would have if they go through the next day. Now, a deagle by Mikey with that hero AK, hoping to score a frag. Might actually get a shot, and Topa annihilated, disintegrated as Mikey takes the first frag. Quem takes care of Dieter, so that puts us back into a 4-on-4 again, striking towards the B bomb site, hoping, of course, that the defense is split. Not a good play from Jacasmo, as one is not enough. Woro needs to make the hero play. There's one. He's searching for more. He's trying to find it. Now things are getting messy. But Demka is going to take care of the mess, as with 3 players alive, Passion UA grabbed their third.
Yeah, no head armor there for Mikey. So even though they give him the hero AK, mostly afforded by the fact that they got 2 consecutive bomb plants despite not winning any rounds. A 3-0 start for Passion UA. It does feel a little bit rocky here. They could still be reset at almost any point. And we did see some good frags here from the Eclot boys, able to make things at the very least a bit expensive. It was still 3 members alive, so Passion UA not in any immediate danger for this particular buy. But next one will be messy if they get a full wipe here. So they might consider a save if Dynamo can get onto the site. But Forzy missing that shot feels like, oh, that might have been one of the only opportunities they get for an early pick. It's all going to be uphill from here.
Yeah, Mikey could be in trouble. Does he expect the angle? A Molotov will bring him back, and Topa taking down Eli. Power of the Sith not working yet. Quem just taking his time, taking control of the main position. And now that they have the control necessary, things are starting to be a lot difficult for the side of Dynamo Eclot, as they still are yet to take control of any vital part of the map.
Yeah, this is kind of the worst opportunity for the T's on Train. When they get stuffed on the initial approach and they end up losing a player early, there's no opportunity for a trade. There's no opportunity for them to stab anywhere else, because all 5 members of Passion UA, and especially with Quem so far forward, makes it incredibly unlikely that Dynamo Eclot are going to be able to clear any map control out. So they're going to have to fight their way into some spot on the map, unless they're just going to peter out here for a 35-second save, which really they shouldn't do. They should just hold, see if they can't wait out that smoke in T main, and then see what they can do, and they pop on in. But they've got so many corners to clear, and with Mikey going down, it's down to Detour. How straightforward is this frag going to be? Turns out not at all. Quem, unstoppable. Detour will finally put him out of his misery, but now it's Nubik legged on that from Woro. He can just pull out the sidearm and go fishing.
Yeah, Woro needs to find the frag, wants to find the frag, and easy as you like, as Nubik falls. Dieter hopes to save that up. It's going to be the 4th on the board for Passion UA, and the Czech boys on their own map pick still don't seem to have found the formula of actually doing something more. They did get 2 bomb plants for free in those 2 opening rounds, but everything Passion does, Midas touch. Everything they do, they turn to gold for now. It is the start of this best of 3, and anything can happen, as 4 rounds are definitely something you can manage to muster back quite soon, especially with the buy they have with that max loss bonus. They can, of course, play behind that op and try and do something with those SMGs. Tech 9 is a plenty as well. They are going to choose to go on a tactical break. Talk a little bit about what is going to happen, what they need to do, because the problem is Passion UA have, it seems that they have read them so far.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out, we saw in Topa's camera, actually, we saw him alt tab over to some Google Drive notes. He's got the download, the info, whatever the game plan is. Obviously in LAN, we usually see people with the hard copies. They focus entirely on the Counter-Strike on their computer. But with Mikey, and Nubik going down, it's a hard-fought trade to get onto the B bomb side. The rotations are already here. It's So yeah, Passion UA, they seem to know what Dynamo Eclot want to do as far as their game plan is concerned. They've got plenty of things that they themselves can focus on as well. Their own game plans drafted and ready to go. And a lot of it does come down to these fast rotates, and they usually are stabbing out for information on the CT side, playing with confidence with a little bit of pizzazz. Passion UA, that's 2 different times that one of their players has multi-fragged from a forward post. Obviously, previously, that was T-Main. That was Mr. Quem, man of the hour with 6 frags to his name. Jacasmo, also at the same level. 6 frags himself, does get traded eventually. And now, with an AWP, an A1S, and a MAC-10, this scrappy 3v4 Dynamo Eclot are trying to put together. They're going to go through Ivy for it.
The thing is, they do have a lot of room to work with, right? Only one shot from Forsey. Zop can do a lot, and there we go. Demka dead. Now things are starting to be a bit more easy for the side of the Dynamos as the CT rotates are coming in. The T's want to explode towards the side, and Quem, that's a struggling spray, but Topa doubles up. Forsey not yet out of this. 20 seconds left, and he knows where Woro is. He can grab that C4 and consider this 1v1, and there we go. That's an answer from the Czech boys as they get the first on the board on their map pick.
Yeah, listen, success starts small sometimes, and that's absolutely the case for Dynamo Eclot. But they can chain together this position. There should be one buy afforded to the CTs. Shouldn't be too messy, as we see Jacasmo already has his A1S out. Worth pointing out, too, that with all of the money, oh yeah, you can tell, even though there's an op back on Woro 2K, there's 2 MAC-10 MP9s for Passion UA. This is going to be an opportunity for Dynamo. If they chain this one together, they should be able to break the eco and get to an easy third. It becomes a lot more manageable of a lead, but a lot is going to come down to this first pick, and Quem, he hears everything. Are they ready for him? Eli's gone down, but at least Nubik trades, and now beating in for Woro, the whiff is going to stop him from furthering that advantage. The nade should still be good for a little bit of damage out towards Mikey. Oh, and Nubik going down because Jacasmo peeks through the smoke and B. Man, Passion UA stays so mobile.
Yep, very dangerous, very proactive, but Mikey is as well. There's Topa dead, and they know the op was close. It did rotate over time, but that's a lot of information gathered and impact frags for the side of the Dynamos. Now let's see what they're gonna do as Jacasmo wants to backstab once more. Is he gonna have the guts to go through the smoke, though? That is the question. And if he finds the answer for it, could change the complexion of this round. But with more than 50 seconds left, Dynamo Eclot can still play for information. They have a man advantage, and now they're just waiting to snuff out the last 2 CTs to learn their positions. And there's Woro. They know where he is. They know where the op is posted. Now Jacasmo striking through the smoke, finding one and escaping. With that, a lot more danger now to the side of Eclot. He's going to try and do something, but he's going to die. Woro going through the lines, between the lines, rather. There's one back into a 1v1. Woro lost last time, but now striking from above and legging Detour.
One bullet.
He can't miss, and Detour, the smart play comes in, going through connector, missed again. Is that up? He needs to change his magazine. That's gonna give Detour enough time to plant the bomb, and now a 1v1. A bullet cannot miss. He needs to find the T playing that post plant, and will Detour do it well? It seems as though he will, as Woro already checked that angle, and now he doesn't expect it. Doubling up the score for the side of Dynamo, and Detour brings his team back into the game. 2 rounds to go to make this a tight affair.
And that was all 5 being wiped. You know, I thought if Dynamo go for that B bomb site take, the delayed one, they rotate through Z, obviously a bit of a gamble. They didn't know where all the CTs were. In that position, man, is it a completely different story, because I think then Passion just save. They'd have to be really hopped up on adrenaline to go for a retake on the B with a 2v3. One of you has got an off. Woro 2K at least redeems himself by bringing it close, but he knows he whiffed 3 different shots there. One in Long Dog, one towards Ivy, and then again as the rotation came through towards the B bomb site through Z. So that is a rough spot for the Opera of Passion UA, but I'm sure he'll get warmed back into it. His team has taken a tactical pause. They're going to consider their options as they try to wrangle their buy. It's not very good in terms of the money afforded to them. So this will be a little bit of a mix of a deco and a couple of other weapons. Yeah, we got 3 Deagles out here, and of course the P250. Topa IGL will be saving some money. Quem rather, is going to be the first to be dropped. Good shooting from Forzy so far in this series.
Yeah, the op seems to be fired up. We'll see if Forzy can find anything more. Of course, his impact searched for more in the second half when his team plays that CT defending side, and the op doesn't really have a lot of margin for error. We saw that from Woro in the previous round, missing a few shots. That was, in the end, what made a difference and got the round for the Eclot boys. Now the rotate from the CT comes in as they're going to play a bit of a risky play. Everybody on the B-bomb side, and they're going to get annihilated as 3 guys get 3 frags, and Eli will find one for himself. That's his second kill of the round, and a third round, actually, for his team.
I'm going to be interested in tracking where that MAC-10 goes. If it's still going to be on Mikey, he could be tip of the spear on a very fast take into this next round. Dynamo Eclot rocking out so far on Train. Feeling good about their odds in this series. We heard from Eli earlier, actually, that who's usually the guy who's got the MAC-10 equipped on the T side. He was saying that Passion UA, they play well. They've got good individuals. They were playing in that final. And he's going to have to dig deep in the strat book to figure things out. Now, so far, Demka should have information about this. Oh, the trade is good at the very least as Forzy gets dropped, but that flash out Ivy is the first time so far Passion UA have made an Ivy play and gotten a kill for it. Woro's still there, but no op afforded to him. Detour going to hold the angle. Not known as a sniper, but certainly can secondary.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if he can hit his shots as Forzy's the first one to hit the deck in this round. 1 round lead for the side of Passion, and they really can't let this round slip away, as it will be a big spread of the attack for the side of Dynamo to start things out in this round. Of course, more than a minute left on the clock. They should be in a position where they can regroup and attack a site together. And the thing is, Train often, or more often than not, is quite predictable how the CTs will place themselves. Of course, we saw a different setup from Passion UA a few rounds back where there were 2 guys on A and 2 guys on B when they lost the first guy. But usually when you lose 1 person on the CT side, you're going to opt for 3 guys towards A, and the B-bomb side could be a better place to attack. Not the case this time around, but Mikey hits his op shot. Topa burns, and Mikey doubles up. There's that op coming into play. 1 more kill to find towards that A-bomb side as Jacasmo is cut off. He could actually, or sorry, Woro could actually be dead now. He's going to go through the smoke, and Nubik waits. And now there's no chance for Jacasmo to do anything. Not going to see the shadow just yet as the smoke is fading. Easy frag, searching for more, but not finding it. They know where the last guy is, and look at Nubik already on the rotate. He wants to take that gun away.
Yeah, especially since it's been a recovered AK-47 there from Elive going down. The IGL already calling the troops into position. Nubik, though, playing a little bit more passively. He's going to watch for any actual full exits from Z. Eventually, Jacasmo has to face him. And there it is, the demise, the tie game. Good that we're getting some good competitive Counter-Strike on our first map. Of course, there's always opportunity for us to go the full distance. All 3 maps, both of these teams capable of winning their own map picks. And it needed to be some good T rounds from the side of Dynamo Eclot, because even though it's a CT-sided map, you can't just say, okay, we'll win all of our CT rounds and that's how we'll win the map. You need to be able to post up something for the offense. And I'm not going to say that Dynamo Eclot are going to necessarily win the whole thing, but they've done great punish onto the economic management of Passion UA, where now the defenders don't have anything. They're back to Deagles. Let's see if they can make a miracle happen.
Well, we've seen the Eagles do a lot of work in this competition. Why not this round to be golden for the side of Passion? Not yet gonna happen. And damage done to Quem. That's gonna slow him down a little bit. He's gonna have to play for a headshot angle if he actually wants to have a chance in this round. Otherwise, he can get deleted by 1 shot anywhere in his body. It's a slow play from the Czech boys as they're just searching for an entry, searching for some information at this correct time. And no presence towards Ivy. That's going to make them rethink their choices. As often do you see that CTs on a bad buy decide to take Ivy. And that's why on the minimap you just saw one of the Eclot players actually face towards Ivy and find information, see if anybody decided to be cheeky. It's going to be a risky play from Passion as 4 players have gathered on that B-bomb site. Only 1 as Demka will be guarding A.
It looks like Long Dog might be the point of attack, point of egress for many of the attackers. Demka's going to have a lot of work to do with that Navi encrusted Deagle. At the very least, he'll find a little bit of info. Jacasmo has been brought down already. They know Demka's in the position. Ooh, but Mikey just holds his nerve. A couple of shots being fired through the smoke. Woro unsuccessful, just catches a little bit of lead in response. And there's a little bit of armor onto Quem. He might decide to try to save this one. Same for Woro, actually. It's only Topa who's armorless. They should just look for exits here so they can at least get something for their trouble going into the next. Max loss at this point for our defense. 5 in a row for Dynamo Eclot. They are on fire on their own map pick, and Topa, he'll be going down relatively quickly there. Nice to see some heads-up aim duels being won by Dynamo. You don't want to give the pistols too much respect, but if you just throw caution to the wind, you can have your heads caved in by those heavy rifles, heavy pistols, hand cannons. It can be a tough thing for you to go up against. Passion UA not able to find much success. Not a single member of Dynamo Eclot going down, so their economy flourishing right now.
Yeah, and last 2 Passion UA players thanking their lucky stars it's not Nuke. That bomb radius would have taken them out on Nuke, not on Train, though. So they will keep those Deagles and, more importantly, the pieces of armor they have on them. Less money they have to spend in this round, where they actually have a buy. And Woro again back on that big rain. He's going to have to find impact. 5 rounds in a row for the side of Dynamo means that they are on a roll, and Ashen needs to get back to those winning ways, and a good way to do that would be to be a bit more aggressive. But Jacasmo down, Woro for 1, and he's still alive. And there's Topa doubling up and snuffing out this attack as the bomb is down as well, and only Mikey and Forzy remain. They can't get to the C4, and they're going to have to hope that a solo play can actually break the backs of Passion UA. Mikey dinked, but still alive and finding the frag onto Demka.
Kind of throws a spanner into the works, but Passion UA still have the man and HP advantage. The Woro is dangerously close to toppling, and Topa's 2 AK bullets pretty much anywhere away from death. So if somebody gets the jump on him, if Mikey surprises yet another one of these defenders, Dynamo Eclot can still make this work. Lots of control towards A, but of course no bomb available yet. That's why the CTs have abandoned the other bomb site. It's actually, interestingly enough, Forzy lurking past Ivy, threw it all the way, and now going towards CT spawn. He wants to see if he can do what Mikey did, but with the sniper, where it's going to be a lot harder to reactively win an aim duel. As Mikey's lurked all the way through Long Dog, and now we'll look towards that upper catwalk. Noise made. Quem, he's going to get gunned down by that sniper. Forzy has somehow managed to make it happen, and this is going to take presence off of the bomb. Topa looks away at the wrong moment, and it's Woro now in a 1-on-2. Mikey's so low, the Deagle will more than do the job, and that's the bomb down with 15 seconds left. Up, V up, and Woro finds 2 kills.
That was amazing from Woro as the round seemed lost, and a 1 round at that. A very confusing one to cast, a very confusing one to watch. It goes into the way of Passion UA, and Dynamo, they tried to nail themselves back in. They tried to claw their way back in. That first frag was inconsequential. Topa taking 2, Woro staying alive, but then things toppling as the Dynamo players got the needed frags. And this is not so horrible for them, because they can still muster up a buy. It's a side of Passion that couldn't really let themselves lose as many guns as they did.
Well, I mean, even in the round that they end up winning, 1 player left alive, the only thing separating them from having a 2-round disadvantage, and it comes in the way of Demka requiring that MP9. He's been an impact player so far. That smoke's a bit jank, but it'll still cover it. Casmo not going to be joined by nearly as many CT players this time around. It was a bit of a B-lean for Passion UA. They rotated so fast to help Woro 2K bail him out of trouble. Topa with the multi-frag now. It's going to be Jacasmo fully blind. They weren't looking for him, though, and that's a multi-frag for him. For Topa, yet again, Woro 2K also finding impact. And, well, after 3 sniper kills in the previous round, Woro 2K gets the one he needs to finish the job. And they're back in the lead, Passion UA.
And that's the impact of the sniper. That's also the impact of Topa in 2 previous rounds. Woro and Topa winning it for the side of Passion UA, getting them back into the lead and a chance to lead at the half. We'll see, of course, if they can do that. A bit unlucky for the Dynamos, as one smoke could have made a difference. They decided to smoke connector and not throw that default smoke towards the lower drop. And that's what cost them the round, as Topa got the multi-frag again. Now maybe a slow play from the Czech boys, as they really want to get that tied scoreline at the half.
Yeah, final round of the half. Demka already wounded, less than half HP remaining. Nades have not been in full stock for the defenders. They've scarcely even had a sniper for Waro 2K. I think 4 rounds so far out of the 12 have had those, so. We're looking pretty good, though, for a competitive half. And even if Dynamo Eclot seed this round, they'd still be happy enough with the scoreline. But if they can tie things up, they can put on a clinic on the CT side, we can be over onto Anubis before you can even say halftime.
All right, yeah. Not something that the Czech boys can let themselves happen, as I mean, they're not a bad Anubis team, if I remember correctly, but there's a reason why their opponents picked it. And especially when you look at the statistics, of course, Eclot being statistically better on Anubis, you need to keep in mind that that probably means the Passion UA have thought of something. Waro missed shot again. It's incredible. He can get the impossible looking flicks, but these relatively easy ones, harder to hit. Wem got the first frag, he got the second, and Waro doubling up again, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Easy frags not hit, but the impossible flicks are there, and that's gonna lead Passion UA with the lead on the half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Slimmest of leads available for Passion UA, but a 2-round advantage on the opposing team's map pick thanks to some Waro's great flicks, and also Topa fragging out when necessary, as they have the 2-round advantage. Rather, Dynamo Eclot need to find an answer in starting to the pistol round that could give their CT side a stepping stone for the future of this map, rather than seeing their opponent run away with it. Still a small margin. We'll see what happens. And there's the attack towards the bomb side. Mikey's still alive, and there's Z alive as well. 2 for 2. Not enough for the T's, as the CTs can rotate, but the bomb has been planted. Those little tags can actually prove to be advantageous. There's a flick for Eli, but he's going to get shut down. He's going to be silenced as Nubik and Forzi remain in this 2-on-2.
Yeah, this is some tight margin counter-strike right here, but Topa might get found out by that leg advantage. Nubik, not going to be looking so newbie after all, takes the head of the IGL for Passion UA. And now in this 2-on-1, Demka has got a lot to do. He takes Forzi down. The defuse is dropped, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. And Nubik, he's going to try to dance around the back of the train, but there's been enough time. And now Passion UA will win both pistols in the opening map.
That's something you like to see if you're Passion UA, getting the pistols. I was going to say converting the pistols, but they still need to do that on the second one.
And they managed to get that in that first half, remember? So this is a situation where Passion UA could easily end up looking like they're going to run away, and it'll be Dynamo Eclot trying to claw back any advantage they can get. That's how the first half started.
Demka, that was not easy to hit, even though it looked simple, and in the end, it was enough. Not enough confidence on the side of the last Dynamo player to actually try and stick that defuse. Was the only chance to win the round. He was hoping to find a frag, and Quem, he's gonna eat that nade. Went straight down his esophagus. So he's down to 43 HP. Damage done to Topa as well. And if you're gonna start with a force buy, that's a pretty good way to start a round.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, remember, you're investing $300 per nade purchased. So, does add up. I think they got enough damage. Ooh, Detour, definitely seeing some success. He'll even take Demka's head as well. Thank you very much. T-Main still sees Quem with the bomb, but they need to get onto the site. Topa and Waro will make it a doable affair.
Yeah.
But Topa still has to go hunting. No! Forzy will cut him down before he can even look for Detour towards Olaf.
Oh yeah, things are starting to crumble. Detour, though, he's gonna hit the deck, but Forzy continues with the scout, and Waro gets shut down by the E-Live. That's gonna be a round for Dynamo Eclot. Not something we expected, not something Passion UA could have predicted, but they were destroyed coming into the site. I was going to say a quick fire double whip them back into the round. Not enough, as Detour's Deeg did his job and joined by the scout in the hands of Forzy. That tilted the round in their favor. Now, after the reset, Passion UA back to pistols. Let's see if they can get the counter reset, though.
Yeah, listen, they are going to be making an Ivy play here, and we'll have to see if Forzy can respond in time. He's got an AK, but he's already spent a decent amount of that magazine spamming. Elive going to be watching for the CT push, and, well, that's definitely where a couple of them are going to go. Already 2 frags in favor of Dynamo Eclot. They got more to do, though. Jakazma running him down. Forzy drops on the top of back train. Elive will at least take care of the bomb here, and that should be the round. Only 1 casualty for the defenders. They can start to develop their economy just like they did on the T side.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. They're not going to let Passion UA get that early advantage like they did in the first half. Don't forget, there was a 4-0 lead for Passion UA that in the end was crucial into them having the lead at the half. Snuffed out and shut down by the Dynamo's. Now a 1-round affair, and we can expect this to be a relatively simple conversion, as only Glocks are in the hands of the Ukrainian players.
Yeah, basically a guaranteed tie game here, so very nice to see that in action. Of course, Passion UA got a lot of work left ahead of them. You can see those bets and odds from Tipsport swinging this way and that way. Seems like nobody can agree which team is going to take this map. The team certainly can't agree yet, Luba, so gonna wait a little bit to find out.
Still got a fight in them. There's that Glock. Gonna have to do a lot more to take down players. There's Mikey and there's Nubik. Just getting the cash, though Mikey is gonna be a casualty. Nubik's still alive and ready with that SMG, and for his troubles, he'll get a rifle. Not gonna happen, though, as Quem takes him down as well, but I think they're, in the end, going to lose just 1 rifle in this round, more than they would have hoped to do. Of course, Passion UA making those Glocks work well enough. I mean, if you play only with Glocks, the best you can hope for is actually taking out 2 guys, and that's what they did. A tied game after 16 rounds played, as Passion UA is going to have their first full buy in the second half.
Yeah, and you say full buy. Topa's still on a Galil, so the money's not quite there. Of course, they didn't get a bomb plant several rounds in a row. I believe 3 in a row there after their pistol round. But Waro's out Olaf very, very fast. The nades have been so good for Eclot, though, and look at this Detour. He hears Topa moving. That's going to be a first frag found. Waro behind enemy lines, kind of sandwiched between 2 defenders. At the very least, Quem, he's taken out Elive towards Ivy, but with the loss of the Opper, that's going to be Passion UA down in the doldrums. Once again, a 3-on-4 with really minimal map control.
It was like a horror movie. We all knew that Waro was a dead man. He was the only one that didn't have that information, as he was sandwiched between 3 Dynamo players. didn't stand a chance to fire off a shot. One-man advantage for the side of Eclot, as now they have some thinking to do. Even though they have a man advantage, they are not in an advantageous position, as they need to think things through and think what Passion UA could have done so far. That's why you see them on the minimap not completely decided as to where they want to position themselves, fearing the potential backstab that could have happened while they were fighting. 30 seconds left as Passion UA wants to get towards this B bomb site. Uncontested so far. Mikey can drop a molly, and that's going to slow them down a little bit further. Mikey actually finds a frag. That didn't seem to be in the cards, but the bomb is going to get planted. And with Demka and Jakazmo still alive, still at full HP, and AK's at the ready, this could still be anybody's round.
Yeah, this still has legs to it for Passion UA, but they got a lot to prove. I mean, going up against a sniper of Forzy. Remember, we still have a little bit of utility being expended now. Detour with the last flash around. He's going to pop that up towards the skybox and see how much more he can do. No, he's actually going to go for the aim duel. I guess that works out too. Dynamo Eclot casually strolling into the bomb site, just like Mikey, so casually left-clicked just once. There's almost a dainty quality to it. He's like, yes, I will take this one player away. Quem with only a little bit of HP left, and the bomb will be defused. Closer than I think Dynamo Eclot wanted that round to be, but they're still going to take the lead at that. And on the defense, the advantage side on Train. It's up to Passion UA to really upset the odds at this point.
This is the second time, if I remember correctly, that we see Dynamo's in the lead. They had that 5-4 advantage in the first half. Afterwards, of course, it was all Passion UA for a while. Though now, again, the boys from Czechia fighting back, biting back, and they're hungry for playing on LAN. Of course, they need to win this best of 3 and one more afterwards if they want to get to that situation. But again, back on pistols is the side of Passion UA with that one hero AK. Still enough utility to work with. Let's see if Forzy's op is going to be quick enough, as these smaller guns can really walk fast and blindside you at times. A lot of time left on the clock as they're still positioning themselves, hoping that somebody on the side of Dynamo can make a mistake, make that error in judgment one step too far, and for them to take his hat off. Not going to happen so far, as the Dynamo players are quite passive, knowing that they're playing against pistols mostly.
Yep, Quam on that hero AK is one thing, but it's also worth pointing out that was the last smoke Forzy expended towards Team Main, so opportunity with 45 seconds left for Passion UA to explode anywhere they like, really. Big lean towards the catwalk position, but there's 3 members of Dynamo Eclot already here. And with Forzy taking out Topa towards Long Dog, there's an opportunity for Passion UA to try to overwhelm this site, but Mikey rotating quickly over. This is still a 3-man setup. He's actually ahead of the Molotov. That's an opportunity for sure. Quem getting dropped immediately. There's no room for that hero AK to find heroism. Instead, it's going to be a martyr. Jakazmo picks it up for 2 frags. Passion UA trying to fight their way to a round victory that they have no business winning.
Yeah, that AK gave them a chance, but Jakazmo is low, just on 2 HP, and that's a dream they want to continue dreaming with Woro still in the fight, but now he's alone, and P250 not enough to do the damage necessary as Didor takes his head off. That will be another round for Dynamo, but that hero AK at the very least took out 2 rifles, and it kind of put Dynamo in a position where, again, of course, they got good economy, as we've already seen, but it's not going to be completely impenetrable if we see the side of Passion starting to take things back and tying up a few rounds.
Yeah, worth noting at this point that Passion UA have gotten bomb plants and impact and frags more so on their weird buys than their straightforward rifle ones. But Jakazmo dropping the op for Woro is a big deal, and we are going to see that sniper coming into fruition. As the smoke breaks, he doesn't see a thing. Fires off the warning shot so Eclot can plan around that sniper. But look at this, 2-man egress towards Ivy. They're actually taking charge. I think Demka heard something. Woro, he's got the opportunity, but he gets dropped by Forzy, and they must know there's more than one player here.
Yeah, now that's information for the side of Dynamo. They can just post up Forzy, and they know it. That's why we see Eli leaving. That's also a bait, as that made Demka peak. Forzy doubling up in this round and completely shutting down any plan that Passion Ukraine had.
Yeah, for sure. As passionate as they are, we know they're passionate. Struggling as their opponents are on double digits and the precipice of an 11th. They could end up petering out towards the back end of Train. The offense not finding very much success whatsoever. Topa spotted out Mikey. He'll call in the backup as he falls back. The op posts up on the angle. No, actually, Forzy pushing more towards Pop Dog instead. Throws down the last of his utility, but Mikey will lurk through the B main tunnel, and that is it. The IGL dropped. 35 seconds left as the clock continues to be an enemy of Passion.
Absolutely. Will they try the Hail Mary play towards B, or will they save? That is the current question, as Detour already ready with that backstab. He wants to take those rifles away, and looking at the timer, he knows he might leave them with nothing. Jacasmo is going to get taken out, and it's only Quen that remains. He saw the nade, but not quick enough to react, as that smoke might keep Clem alive just for a little bit as he walks into Nubik's crosshairs. 3-round advantage for Dynamo Eclot as they put themselves in a good position. And this is what we were talking about when it comes to Train. Exactly. The way you play Train in a certain type of way is that you try to poke and prod on the CT side. Try to punish the opponents constantly, egressing where it's important, and that's basically what gave Eclot the lead. Not so much the macro, but more of the micro decisions of the players that completely changed the complexion of the round in from the perspective of Passion UA players.
With only one tactical pause left as well, they're really running out of time, Passion UA, to come back into this game. 2 rounds separate Dynamo Eclot from a 1-0 start. And look at that, after your tac pause, we take 1-2. Dynamo Eclot gonna say, no, let's talk it over a little bit more. That's a fun tactic. We so rarely see teams at this level of play use those tactical timeouts in such a capacity that they sort of stuff the planning of the other team or get in their own heads.
It's a bit of a mind game, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we spoke that a few days off when we did the Conquest of Prague cast. It was a similar situation. The CT side picked the tactical timeout, and usually when the CT side picks a tactical timeout, the T side, their only way to kind of break the game plan of their opponents is to play aggressively. And the question is, what if Passion UA during their timeout have thought of not playing so aggressively? So it is a lot of mind games in play, given that now Passion UA needs to think, will we consider our game plan or will we try to break theirs?
Something has to give here. Otherwise, Passion UA will be ceding their opponent's map pick. And Nubik getting that first frag is very impactful, especially since Forzy was so far deep up catwalk. First frag found, and look at the rotation. So quick on Train. You got to watch out for those you don't have as much time as the rest of the maps in the map pool. And Dynamo Eclot seem on a lock for 12 versus just the Deagle and the wounded Topa Tech 9.
Not a position you want to be in. Look at Forzy, so much confidence. Never would you see an Opper go with a pistol against a pistol, knowing what he could lose, but they're playing with a lot of guts, and the guts are going to be spilled on the side of Passion UA as Dynamo are going to have 4 map points.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough here for Passion. They are going to need to go back to the drawing board. And of course, Anubis is a fresh map. They can reset, try to take us to a decider, so we still have a healthy amount of Counter-Strike on the server. But Dynamo Eclot, they have 4 match points, as you called it. And really more than that, I feel like it's on to Passion to prove that they can even get to double digits. They can even post a 9th here. It looks like Dynamo are ready to close it out. The confidence to go for a pistol peek versus a pistol player. When you've got an op on your back and you could jeopardize the whole round, sometimes you got to let your opper, your star player for your squad do that. And look at this, posting up so deep towards the murder hole of Train. Jacasmo knows that his days could be numbered.
We'll see if Forzy's quick enough. I think he saw the shoulder and he knows where the play is coming from. That jiggle peek actually saved Jacasmo's life as he found a tag onto Forzy. Nubik just waiting, might get actually a chance to find two. There's one,
Nice.
and escaping is a possibility. Striking and running away. Mikey finds one more, but maybe he should have taken a play out of Nubik's book after finding a frag, pulling back. That cost him his life and maybe gave a lifeline to Passion UA.
It's the faintest, most transparent lifeline you could imagine. Little bit of spider silk that Passion UA are suspended on above the jaws of death. Dynamo Eclot fighting to be the protectors of Prague. Detour will falter in that respect. Demka brings us back into a 3-on-3, but he's soon snuffed out, traded by eLive. And now, 2-on-3, Passion UA. They've got a lot of work cut out for them here if they want to stave off defeat.
Noise. That's a lot of noise made from Jacasmo. He needs to stay alive. He can't have the luxury of dying, and Forzy is gonna make it quick at least. Quem finds one, searches for more. He knows that a player was on the bomb site. However, sticking the bomb plan, that takes guts. 1v2. Will he save his side? Now sees a player as well, but he needs to fight. Nade damage, small damage. That diffuse is gonna get stuck, and Quem can't get to it. There's eLive, and there's the map for the side of Dynamo Eclot. They lead 1-0 in this best of 3.
That's what we like to see from the hometown heroes as we wait for the scoreboard to be put up there. You can see Dynamo Eclot, they end up being the map victors. You can see them in the knights in shining armor here. And yeah, I mean, a lot of this came down to the CT side from them just being a cut above Passion UA's. Much less successful on the offense were the Ukrainians. They ended up petering out a little bit in terms of their aggression, not finding the same level of form. And with that being said, we are now looking at a very interesting complexion for the rest of the series, Lyuba, because when you drop the first map as the favorites, Anubis, that looks doable. That does look doable, statistically speaking.
Absolutely. I can see this being a very good chance for the side of Dynamo to win this best of 3, as Anubis is not really Passion UA's playground. Yeah, they picked it, and as I mentioned before during the cast, they probably did it for a reason, but it's a good map for Dynamo, so I can see them winning this 2-0, especially after such a convincing performance on the CT side of Train. Don't forget, the one round where Passion UA actually won in the second half was the first round. It was the pistol. Later on, the more rounds kept running and kind of Dynamo Eclot found their footing, it was so much harder for the side of Passion UA to find anything in the round. I'm not talking about getting to the side or getting a chance to win the round. I'm talking about kills. In the last few, they didn't really get a lot.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that for the side of Dynamo Eclot, they weren't really tested to a degree where they needed to pull out every strat in the strat book. They gave themselves enough of a margin in that first half where it was only a 1-round or 2-round advantage in favor of their opponents when it swept out. And from that point onward, yeah, okay, they dropped the pistol, but they rally super well. They end up getting much better utility usage on both sides, in my opinion, but especially on that CT side. The hometown heroes are definitely here to play, and they're going to be happy with their round win because that means that at the very least, even if Passion UA rally on Anubis, we're going to be looking at that ancient decider. And between these two teams, I could see either one taking it. So we'll see if we even need that third map. But Anubis, it looks like it's going to be the site of some explosive headshots, especially the way Mikey was playing, even grabbing that sniper on the offense a few times when Forsey got picked in the early stages. Like, there were some seriously impressive frags. Waro, maybe the outstanding player on the side of Passion UA, but not necessarily statistically, just in terms of impact. He had some multi-frag rounds that put a little bit more life behind his team. But really, there were some of those rounds where it felt like Passion should have actually lost. And if miracle plays are only enough to get you 8 rounds on the scoreboard, that's looking a little bit dire. I'm going to need to see more from Passion in the next match.
The importance of this best of 3 is high, as of course the team that wins goes forward to those top 8 deciders, and only one best of 3 will be between them and LAN. We'll see if the hometown heroes can actually make it through. We're going to go for a short break, and we'll see if they can win this in 2 maps.
šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co ráč?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport. Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál PLAYzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next map is going to be Anubis. After Train, well, it was quite interesting in the first half, and the second could have been an email, as far as I'm concerned, as we didn't really see Passion UA play their best attacking side. We'll see, of course, will things be better on Anubis and how they will actually be on the defense, as they are probably starting on that CT side. Pronogo, how are you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well, Yuba. I have to say that this particular matchup, it was very exciting to see kills on both sides. Saw some explosive life in Waro 2K still, but our current match, head-to-head between Mr. Dynamo and Mr. Passion, I mean, it's looking like Dynamo's got their number. Anubis, not a map where the hometown heroes of the Conquest of Prague are going to be a slouch, but Passion UA must have picked it for a reason, as you called out in that first map. There's got to be something that they've got up their sleeve to take us to Ancient for that decider.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to why they did that, and I really want to see them play well in this next map, because I don't want this to be one of those situations where they picked lesser of two evils. I want this to be a situation where they're playing really good on a map that they picked for a good reason. Of course, we spoke about their best of 5 that they played earlier today. They won Anubis on it, so maybe that makes them feel good, though they did win Train in that best of 5 as well, and they lost it now. So might be hit or miss for the side of Passion UA as we're moving on and checking the statistic from Train. We can see that Detour really played well. Forzy played well as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Detour was actually the carry versus Cubics, the difference maker there. So good to see that he's still finding form in a tournament that probably matters most to those on the roster that are, in fact, Czech, although I'm sure the Slovakian mercenaries are happy to help their boys out as well. Looking on the side of Passion UA, obviously, Quem was really the standout player on the rifle. Waro 2K found impact with the op, but the fact that he was in a position where he needed to win clutches in the first place, it's a little bit of a rough spot for that sniper. And I'm sure he's welcoming the pressure in that sense, but he also whiffed some sitters. And that needs to change when we go on to Anubis, where the op can be a pretty big impact weapon. Now, I do still think Anubis does end up favoring riflers more than oppers, at least when it comes to these more brawly T-sides, where it is more of a T-sided map than Train by a long shot. So we should still see a little bit more action from the riflers, and Quem can continue to go from strength to strength, from map to map. But I need to see more from Waro 2K, especially in those retake situations. That is where my sort of eye of Sauron is aimed at him. You know, I am casting judgment balefully.
All right, let's see if your casting is going to be judgmental throughout this map.
There you go.
I'm more like, I don't know if the op is really going to come into question so much in this map on both sides, because as you already previously mentioned, Waro did have some good moments, but they were maybe snuffed out in a way, or they were maybe led to be less impactful given those sitters that he missed. On the other side, we saw Forzy hit some really nice shots. And the thing is, Forzy did that on the T side, which is something that we need to discuss. Forzy was quite good with the op on the T side, quite impactful on the side where his team kind of struggled.
Yeah, that's fair to say. I mean, the T side from Dynamo Eclot was not a slacker necessarily, but it was obviously not going to win the half. That's pretty rare on Train. So to see that despite some of those miracles, some of those more miraculous rounds going the way of Passion UA. There was so much impact from that sniper. Honestly, even when Forzy went down that one round, Mikey getting 2 frags with it when they went to take A, that was a really big deal too. So the fact that there is a little bit of depth there, especially on the CT side, where sometimes you will see double ops, probably not on Anubis, but still something worth noting. It's cool to see that there can still be other strats played, and you can see here on your screens, we've got plenty of action from our squads warming up on Anubis. It's a pretty warm and sunny day there, I'm sure. So, you know, it kind of brings me back to when they used to get those alternate versions of the maps released, where it was, hey, here's a Mirage at night, and you know you can't see anything, but that's okay. It's just
not
for fun.
Yeah,
right?
it's not the point of those maps was never gameplay. It was just vibes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling.
Yeah, one of the things that I think people will probably miss the most until it gets retrofitted are those impactful maps where you end up getting to see the like the 2077, the cyberpunk aesthetic. Yeah. You know, there was loads of maps like that in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Maybe we'll see some in CS2. But we are about ready to get into our map number 2. And of course, if you're on the side of Passion UA, if you're a fan of the Ukrainians, you're hoping that they take us to Ancient. They go through Anubis and straight into that third map decider where they can look for their second series victory of the day. Dynamo Eclot, in a similar fashion, they're looking for their second series win of the day, and they're already up 1-0. Looking very, very solid here are the hometown heroes. And yeah, I do really think that Anubis is a map where it really does depend on which side you start. If you're starting on the defensive side, you can at least try to win in the disadvantaged nature of the map, where it is going to be a bit more on that T side. The meta overall favoring T side, generally speaking. We still have a couple of holdouts in the map pool that are a little bit more defensively minded. As you see, Demka reaching for the electrolyte beverage. Most likely. Maybe it's just water, actually.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
right.
I didn't get a good look.
Water.
Turn on some lights, buddy. There you go. Now we can see. He's not going to flash us his drink again, though. Unfortunately, we'll never know what he's sipping, but he's ready. He's locked in, and it's about ready to get started.
Well, for Passion UA's sake, I hope they're locked in. I hope they are ready. The numbers speak against them, as the favorites coming into this best of 3 seem to be outsiders, underdogs coming into map number 2, having lost the first one. They're hoping to do one better now and lead us to that third map, the decider that will tell us which one of these 2 teams is going to go through to those decider best of 3s. Of course, 2 maps needed to win. For Passion UA to do that, only one necessary from the Dynamos, and we're going to see what they have themselves 1 series away from representing their country on
yeah, home soil. That would be a really good storyline for the defenders. Passion UA, on the other hand, of course, they want to be conquerors, Liuba.
They're going to have to dig deep if they want to do that, especially with the way this best of 3 started. Passion UA starting on that CT side, you already mentioned. It gets weaker as the T's have a lot more room to play with, and they can talk more about how they can control the map. For now, Passion UA still with no control, only Woro just poking and prodding towards top mid. He's going to have information that nobody's at that part of the map. Still no info play made by Passion UA. No play on the other side made by the Dynamos as they are setting their sights toward the A bomb side. Mikey's going to get taken out, and that's going to give them a lot of info. They know the attack can proceed only towards A, and that's why the rotate is made. 2 guys already on that side. The third is coming through cameras. Nopa's there to close line E live. Nubik finds an answer, but still need to find more before they can plant the bomb, and clicking heads are the players on the side of Passion UA as another head gets clicked. Nubik with his tail between his legs just runs away, but the bomb on his back and a smoke available. That could help him at least get to the bomb plant.
Oh, but he's taking his time underwater. That's a real rough spot for him, because timing-wise, this is going to allow Passion UA to get there. Quem will take his head off, and that is a wrap. The photographer's glass is necessary to make that frag work out, but Quem is able to seal the deal. Not really much of a chance once you're registered down to a 1-on-3. You get to see a little bit of action back again. Topa known for his pistol frag so far in this series, but he only gets 1. It's still more than enough IGL and IGL violence before he gets traded by Nubik. And we got that force buy out of the terrorists. That's without the bomb plant, mind you, so it will be a bit less equipped, a bit more all-in. If they don't end up resetting the economy here, we're going to be looking at a Glock round, most likely.
Yeah, not going to be easy for them to win this one. Those Tech 9s on Anubis always a big danger, especially paired with Mac 10s, Detours Dig only used to maybe cut somebody down that makes a step in the wrong direction. As for now, Passion UA hold all the cards as they have the better weaponry. They did foresee this, as you can see their buy has no SMGs. Usually you would expect the CT side to want to build up some cash and grab an MP9, but 4 M4s and a FAMAS is what they have. Of course, they needed to sacrifice their utility, therefore only left with 2 grenades now is the side of Passion UA, as these guns are going to have to come into play.
Yeah, they went to the cash register store, but they were sold out of stock. Can't get any MP9s, so going to be down to the A1S. That's a nice little lineup, but aim punch from a distance. Or 2K gets taken out. Remember, there's some of those concessions in the buy, includes the helmet for Waro. Ends up finding Impact that looked like a sweet lineup otherwise through the doors. And, you know, with a 1-for-1 trade and still some utility in their back pocket, Dynamo Eclot are not going to be unhappy with that position. They'll go throw camera, and somehow, wow, Quemi gets dropped immediately. This should be the end for Demka, but Mikey can only barely control the spray, immediately jettisoning that rifle, that SMG off to the ground. And now Mikey, he's got a lot to do here. Topa, is he going to get ahead of himself? He is, but there's a trade. Jacasmo, a 1-on-1. It's only a Mac 10 in Nubik's hands. This is going to be a lot for the Dynamo Eclot. Little holdout here from the Czech Republic, trying to make sure he can fire back with the bomb plant. The smoke is going to go nowhere, and he's get the jump on him. That's a nice round for Dynamo. They end up resetting, and that's going to be a very rough buy into the next for Passion.
Again, they find the reset as it happened in the second half of Train after losing the pistol round. And let's remember one thing. They did not win a pistol round so far. All 3 of them went into the hands of Passion UA, but Dynamo Eclot won the first map, and now they're in a chance to take the lead in the second. Mikey's struggling to find that frag, but it was not a struggle to take down the guy in main. And in a 1v1 after missing the smoke, Jacasmo, so many angles to look at where Nubik could have been. Now, Quem with the hero FAMAS, not something you want to hear. As the FAMAS is still French. Not... Jesus freaking Christ. All right, yeah. I mean, if you make a gun that shoots 3 bullets and the magazine is not divisible by 3, then you know something went wrong. And it kind of translated a Counter-Strike, as the FAMAS is still hated even after the changes made with the movement.
Well, the French are not known for their math skills.
Yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, wow, through the smoke, Demkum. Almost ruined. That's a little spam off. It was top banter, by the way, that they slow-mode Mikey's frag with the Mac 10 just to show every bullet missing. Oh, boy. Well, nonetheless, he still ends up with an instrumental part in that round win. Jacasmo trading him towards A main, and that's how we got to this awkward position for Passion UA. They got 2 members on their dying breath of life already. Going to be fodder for Mikey to frag if he ends up wanting to, as they flash on through camera. Going to be taking an empty site, as Passion UA are just going to go ahead and save from this position. Maybe some of their players are going to go get a little curious, but in reality, a lot of money is on the line here. They can actually just take this whole force buy into the next round if all 5 stay alive without worrying too much about their economy being in tatters. Dynamo Eclot secure their second round. And, well, it wasn't without firing a shot, but it certainly was without needing any frags.
Yeah, in the end, some damage dealt to Topa and Demka was enough to send Passion UA away from that A-bomb site. And I'm kind of surprised that Eclot didn't choose to send Mikey and Eli onto the hunt, as they only have those SMGs. They're even going to save that, and in the end, no victims of this round. All 10 stay alive as the Czech boys get that 1-round lead, wanting to convert it into a two-round lead. but it's not going to be completely easy, as you previously mentioned. The guns have been saved on that CT side, and the CTs can consider having something to fight with in this round.
Liuba, did you ever watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Absolutely.
I feel like if you get reduced to 1 HP, you are the Black Knight with all 4 limbs missing. Just a flesh wound.
Tis but a scratch.
It's but a scratch. I can still fight you.
Well,
Passion UA still want to be able to fight you, so let's see if Dynamo Eclot will continue to pump the pressure. Still 2 SMGs on their side. It's so funny that round 4 is a bonus for the hometown heroes. Check majority squad here. I'm going to try to continue building their advantage. And again, the same force buy as the last, just with a couple of nades mixed in. Jacasmo. Ooh, that HE is the herald of more to come, but the FAMAS gets dropped. Quem is out of the picture. And so too is Jacasmo. Oh, but are they expecting yet another? Detour is. That's going to be a nice 3-piece hat trick for him. There's still one more to find. They know that it's a stack at this point, but, well, the wraparound from Elive and Nubik being so far forward, somehow Demka's going to steal that one away. And all right, well, at least he's got a Galil, but that's the most Pyrrhic of victories for Passion UA, as Dynamo are going to set up for their 3rd round win.
Yeah, easy as you like, as Detour kind of put the pedal to the metal as he found 3 frags towards B main, even though, like, you were kind of surprised by the fact that after finding 2 frags, he didn't decide to disengage. Ooh, timing is going to cause Demka's life. That
What's he looking down at?
Unlucky. And you could see it on his face that he was unhappy with what happened. One look down was enough for Detour to take his 4th frag of the round. And it's very dangerous to see Detour popping off so fast, so quick at the beginning of a map. That is a herald of doom for the side of Passion UA.
Yeah, that's rough. Somebody shouted, "Your shoes untied," and he actually looked. Got him. Works every time. Well, nonetheless, it's going to be an A-hit here, pretty fast developing for Dynamo Eclot. They know the buy is out, but if they can just stuff him immediately, well, the pressure will continue to mount. Quick rotation available from Waro 2K, who's holding down mid with the assistance of Quem. So we shouldn't see anything too crazy as the opening continues to develop. Dynamo Eclot, they've got the game plan. It is going to be the A bomb site, but the longer they wait, the more action we might see towards mid. Yeah, Waro's already burrowed in, so they're going to have a little bit of a fight on their hands.
Oh, Demka, only one. Not more than that. It seemed, of course, like a one-and-done situation, but with the state of affairs and players lining up, for a moment there was hope that he could find more, though Topa will find a frag and back into the lead go the side of Passion UA. A short-lived lead advantage might be helped by Jacasmo, and he finds one and pulls back, still alive, dancing around the side, and there's Quem as well to help. Only Elive alive, and he's gonna fall. That's gonna be the 2nd round for Passion UA. A messy one at that.
Yeah, but they keep 3 alive, and their loss bonus obviously wasn't fully expired at that point or built up, so they're going to get okay money into the next round. So Passion UA should be able to buy in just fine. Maybe Waro can break out the sniper. Would be a good time for it. Really chaotic start to that round, thanks to that flashbang. Well timed from Demka. Spider sense is tingling as Quem hadn't really heard anything from his forward position in mid. So good tactics coming out on the CT side here. Remember, this is a T-sided map. Dynamo Eclot want to prove why. Get themselves up to a nice advantage. They want to at least get to 7-5, which is the train advantage that Passion UA had before eventually capitulating. But now they've got to deal with those rifles. No sniper available for them. Demka peeking out, but this time Nubik is ready. Anti-flash. Ends up just being a little bit awkward, but Forsey, he'll do one better with the sniper frag and baiting out a lot more utility here as well. Looks like the early aggression from Passion UA this time is going to backfire, and it's always a little bit hit or miss here, but this position that Jacasmo finds himself in, he doesn't really care too much about an upgrade, but he's definitely looking to see what info he can get. That's a missed molly. Detour might be fragging, but his util could use some top-ups. It's going to be a... Well, they haven't really decided where it's going to be just yet. Bomb is still leaning towards the A-bomb site, but not so sure. What's Dynamo Eclot's plan? They've emptied out the defenders. But they might walk into a free bomb site.
Yeah, it seems like it. Demka, will he even be interested in walking toward cameras and trying to defend that A bomb site, as they are in a deficit of manpower? They are in a situation where they need to rotate quite quickly. There's the attack, and there's Demka finding a frag, but then he's done. Jacasmo good on the trade, 3-on-3. He's going to get taken out by Forzy. And Detour on the backstab. That backstab is not going to happen as both defenders are dead. Bomb planted, round could be over. Still, Woro sniffing around, maybe trying to find a frag and turning the tide of battle in the favor of him and Quem. Many angles he needs to check before he can even get close to the bomb, but gives himself a chance, gives himself a platform to stand on, sees the out, but Detour misses his shot.
Oh, no.
Now his position is uncovered, and only Eli remains. This round is slipping, but not a lot of time remaining. They need to find the frag, and there's Eli. The power of the Sith brings Eclot the round.
The rule of two, they didn't think it meant two of them. Well, he'll take those frags and dine out on them for the next little bit. But well-called strat so far on the T side, and he tops it off with a two-piece. Then, of course, recovering that sniper, so Forzy can continue to deliver frags like that. That's two pretty impactful ones to stuff any attempt at a retake. And credit to Passion, they put a lot on the line here economically. I don't think it worked out for them, and we can see that reflected in the buy. Tactical pause from Dynamo so they can stew in that for a little bit longer. But worth pointing out that with Passion UA, under the pump economically, they still decided to go for that retake. They waited long enough that it was obvious that Forzy had maybe left his guard down or started to consider other angles than the ones that Woro2K had taken. And still, it ends up going the way of the hometown heroes. Checking Slovak. Shaking hands. It's that Predator, arm shake that everybody knows about. Yeah, that one. And of course, they're shaking hands over defeating Passion UA in a best of 3. That's their goal. Still ways to go. Plenty more Counter-Strike remains to be played. But we're halfway through the first half, as Passion UA are down to pistols yet again. Should be comfortable for Dynamo, especially as Forzy has that sniper. And they're just trying to apply pressure somewhere other than A and mid, because that has been where Dynamo has done some of their best work so far, and they want to divvy it up a little bit. Check that conditioning, see what you're doing on the B bomb site.
All right. 4 men guarding that B bomb site, even with pistols. It's hard defense to break.
Yeah.
Of course, they need to play for information, and that's exactly what they're doing. If you check the map, you can see that Demka is dead. I was going to say, if you check the map, you can see Demka trying to find info, but that info cost him his head. And now, the Dynamos have so much space to work with. They should have an idea that there's at least somebody toward that B-bomb site, at least 1 or 2 people, given that there was a smoke thrown. And they can turn their attention again toward that A-bomb site. It gave them a good amount of success so far, and Detour doing work. HE Grenades finds 1 frag, and there's 1 more with the AK. Get his head blown off, he will. That's going to be a free AK for Woro, but the bomb is going to get planted towards A.
Yeah, nobody here to stop this, and even if they had somebody here, it would be a hard task to do with just a deagle. Woro2K has recovered the AK, so at least they can bring that into the next round. But yeah, good leaving Detour off to this B site. He's just constantly fishing for info, generally winning those trades. And on anti-ecos, he has been farming, even on anti-force, getting plenty of frags there. And obviously dropped 3 players before it's revealed that, oh, there's even more? Yeah, go A. Dynamo Eclot get a 5th. And they look pretty likely to win the half. Now the question is, how much more of an advantage can they chain together? Because there's not going to be a spectacular buy behind this. Woro can drop a gun for sure. They haven't exactly reached max loss, I don't think. Maybe they're 1 away from it. So they should be able to get something out of here. But the utility, that's going to be where a lot of question marks start to add up. Maybe not as many kits as they would like. Obviously, you can afford to go sans head armor if you're on the side of the defenders, since you know that AKs and ops are going to be in the picture for your opponents. Even still, we see Woro and Quem guarding against any sudden sidearm attacks. Eli still on a Galil. bargain binning it for now, but plenty of cash to splash out on the T side. They should be able to afford to buy into the next, even if they end up getting wiped here. And Quem wants to start things off very nicely. No sniper available for the Czech side anymore. He doubles up onto Detour. That's two big frags, the best ones that you can get this early on into the round. There was one answered back in the meanwhile. Mikey now on to that sniper as the secondary man. Very little health to work with here, but ooh, we already have a little bit of a lurk. And Demka, he needs to double up there. Well, Quem will do one better. 1-on-3 for Mikey with almost no health left. This is a pipe dream and a half.
Yeah, Mikey knows that this round is over. That op is not going to do anything with 17 HP on his body. He's only planning on saving that sniper. And that's what's dangerous about Passion UA and CIS teams in general. You saw Quem re-peak actually to find a frag towards mid after Woro got his head taken off. That's something that takes confidence. It takes courage. He could have been taken down and completely that would have changed the complexion of the round, as only one player would guard that A-bomb site, and Demka in a position on heaven could have been taken care of by the players coming from mid and from A main. When the attack fizzled out on mid, only the A main players remain, and it's not much they could have done. So that will be a third round for Passion UA as they fight back and show that the Dynamos are still going to have to show something if they want to make it through to the top 8.
Yeah, it's good to still see some signs of life from Passion. I'm really expecting that most of their success is going to come on the half switch when they go and take to the offense, but they do need some token rounds here on the CT side. No matter how T-sided you think a given map is, there's not really a single map in the pool where it's, you know, oh yeah, we can lose every round and still be fine on the conversion. No, you need a little bit of mileage to work with here. So they've guaranteed 3. Next round with the op saved, we should see AK's bot around it. There might be 1 or 2 concessions made into Galil's instead. Obviously, eLife seems to be happy with that second lesser weapon. Indeed, he is. But with Forzy with that dropped sniper, he's going to try to do better than he did in the last round. Another mid push. If you find success once, try it again. But are Dynamo ready this time?
Oh, that's a good question. Will they expect this? Molotov towards Carpet is going to give them a little bit of info. Had somebody been in A main, and that's not going to happen as Demka was too far away to hear that tick. But still a little bit of unconfirmed damage on towards Nubik is always welcome for the side of Passion as they are searching for a way back result-wise. And Woro, that is an aggressive peak.
Oh, yeah.
Holding the line with it off. No, he wants to do one better and charge towards them. The attack comes in. There's Demka dead, but Quem finds an answer. A 4-on-4 with Woro just behind them. That op can catch them off guard. Will this op be quick enough? Both oppers missing their shots. And now that element of surprise is not going to be so impactful, though Jacasmo is. There's one frag for him, and he doubles up, and that's a quick cleanup for the side of Passion as Dynamo Eclot. They did take control of the bomb site, but their control was short-lived. 4 players alive in a situation where it seemed it had to be more difficult for the Czech boys.
Yeah, I mean, Woro 2K had a lot of chances to get a little bit of impact there on the push, and we saw him take control of the timing very, very well there. His whiff notwithstanding, it was a well-played round. The problem here is that you just need to be able to win some of these trades into the bomb site. Once the first line of defenders falls and there's still layers of the CT aggressive, you know, the push into the bomb site for the retake, it gets a lot weaker, a lot more slippery. Slips right through their fingers. 1-round game and probably a none-round game after this one. It's just Deagles on the side of Dynamo. They need some kind of miracle, and they're setting up for it with 2 members in mid. This has a chance, but only that. Just a little bit of hair out of place there for Mikey. And Woro continues to push. Quem on Overwatch with the rifle.
I have to say one thing. Every time I play Face It, I get blown up by a Deag on mid. Not gonna happen this time. To the side of Passion as they find the first 2 frags in this round with eLive just barely alive on 23 HP. A very slow round from the T side is they're just waiting for somebody to peek, catch them off guard. Not going to happen yet. Discipline there for Passion so far, at least.
Oh, he just saw a little bit, but not enough to make the frag happen. Forsey will do better. That op beyond unrecoverable. Good luck getting it. This was a double op setup here for Passion UA, and presumably they do want to recover that. Forsey certainly wants to set his sights on it, and Quem probably knows that. Dispensing all the utility he's got. That frag had gone his way, maybe it would be a different story. Okay. Impressive, but there's been so much time now that he doesn't know if the CTs haven't rotated over. Doesn't have that much health to work with either. B bomb site is currently vacant as Topa's towards B main.
10 seconds.
This gives Nubik the opportunity to get a bit of a flank going, but are they going to expect somebody so deep? I guess the answer to that is no. Forsey not able to make anything happen either, so no bomb plant will be found. That would have been a miraculous advantage. At the very least, they take 2 away, and it was a deco, so no harm, no foul, but Passion UA are happy to tie things up.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like they're approaching dire straits at some point, but Passion UA taking control of a few rounds and taking them relatively convincingly, especially that previous one. This one, for a moment there, it seemed to be slipping through their fingers with those 2 frags found with Deagles. Now a different setup as the double op is not going to be in question, though Woro wants to play around and over this smoke. He's going to have to wait. He's going to break it. Not going to see anything toward it. With that flash, that should slow the T's down a bit more, getting chunked by those nades. Mikey and Eli left on 50-ish HP. Still the attack proceeds toward the B-bomb side, and there's Woro, there's the object. Asmo is going to find one for himself. 2-for-1 trade, not good enough so far. Asmo through the smoke takes care of Forsey, and this attack seems to be fizzling out as Asmo is playing around the smoke, and Woro doubling up for this round. No scope to finish it, and that's the lead for Passion UA.
Yeah, quick as you like. I mean, they kind of walked into the crosshairs in an awkward way, softened up, it didn't help. Through smokes, through nades, just fire and flames. That's where we saw Dynamo Eclot trying to pave their way to the B bomb site. And I think it was just read a little bit too easily, right? That was one of those rounds that feels like you invested so much into it. Now you got to force up for the final round of the half, and it was on the back of doing a very predictable play that Passion UA were just ready for. Full stop. It's Woro versus a Mac 10 of Mikey. Unlikely to make anything happen here with that, but meanwhile, it will be a bit more of a default towards the A-bomb site, where Dynamo have definitely favored their business on the T side. Best they can hope for is 6-6. Passion UA could even win the CT side.
That would be important. That could be crucial coming into that latter part of the first half. Latter part of the map. Not a great buy on Dynamo Eclot, and if you play public servers, this is a time to type bet CT all. As Quem is going to have his hands full. Will he expect Eli on that right flank? He's going to check him, but not going to find him so easily. There's the setup. There's the cleanup, as there are no Czech players in A main anymore. The only 2 Eclot players left are the 2 on mid. And this attack just broke toward that A-bomb site. They lost the bomb as well. And with 40 seconds left, they need to hurry up and try and find an answer. An answer seems not easily to be found. And it seems
you really don't expect that A main, you take in towards A main, and you're going to get cut down before you can even really set up for your util. That almost never happens. So, Woro ends up whiffing. That's going to cost him the Galil upgrade for Mikey. They'd still try to piece something together. Rotation's coming in. Ooh, he even gets another frag, and it's all on the detour now in a 1-on-3. Needs to find much more than that, and he won't. Dynamo Eclot down by 2 rounds. This is exactly how Train went, but Anubis is not Train. It is not a CT-sided map. Dynamo have got a lot to work with when we go to the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo? Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Explosive ending of the first half as Passion UA tie up loose ends in chain rounds to get the minimal lead at the half. The same happened in the first map, but as my colleague previously mentioned, it's a completely different playground we're in now, and Passion UA have put themselves in a good position to take us to map number 3 in this qualification best of 3.
Yeah, a lot to work with for Passion, as they're certainly going to be taking to the attacking side with momentum. Forzy and Nubik set up for the A hold. And they have Elive waiting as well for that offensive flashbang. Nubik's got a lot to do here, and he does get the first two. I don't even know that they've seen the other player. Well, Forzy will certainly announce himself now with the trade, and Elive gets a sitting duck in middle. That's a dominant pistol round, and the first one Dynamo have found all series. Maybe that's the lifeline they needed to come back into Anubis.
That's a statement. And you can say it on Elive's face. He's pretty happy with what happened. Dynamo's finding an answer with those dualies and was quite confident. Look at Nubik. He found 2 frags. Second one, quite difficult. And you would say they overstayed their welcome. But the control they had with the guys coming from water, it was very difficult for Passion UA to actually punish them in that situation. And now it all boils down to that one deagle in the hands of Jacasmo. It would be the first time we see them winning a round with 1 deeg. But they're going to search for something here as shots missed won't be consequential. There's Detour. 3 quick frags with that MP9. That's going to give him a lot of cash. And Jacasmo finally finding an answer with that deagle. Not going to cost them a lot. The only thing they lost so far was that one MP9. And Mikey's going to take care of business as he makes this a tied game after converting the pistol round.
Well, I don't know what kind of business Detour is running, but he just absolutely clocked in, clocked out, overtime money for him. So let's call that one a successful startup. He'll fund up his next few adventures, and he even upgrades to an A1S after all is said and done. Let's just say the CT economy is going to be looking pretty nice after that round. 7-7. Plenty of stuff here to play for. Passion UA, no bomb plan in either round. And now we got Forzy taking some initiative towards the middle of the map here. I think if it's anything like Train, Dynamo are going to wait a little bit before they do anything too crazy. And I don't think that Forzy himself was spotted there necessarily. But Quem is certainly chancing it. There was another jump peek there. It's Quem, Moro, and Jacasmo setting up for a little bit of a mid-take. Meanwhile, Elive's got a lot to do with the French rifle. I don't know that it's going to be good for it. Oh, Nubik trying to double up there, but only good for 1. And now Forzy between a rock and a hot place. Going to get absolutely melted. Dieter's got a lot to do here.
Oh, that could be a play and a half. Look at this. If he goes through the smoke, that could be huge. That could be big for his team as they need to make a play. Him and Mikey not in a good position as the A site is already taken. And the T's are in good positions. Detour finds one, finds the other, and this is an active round once more. Bomb planted, but the CTs still have something to fight for. Woro might get caught with an 8 in hand, but there's Sopa to help him. Now a very difficult spot for Detour. He can't find none left, and it's going to be a lead once more for the side of Passion UA, but we can say that Dynamo have fought quite bravely for this round.
Yeah, there is that fine line between bravery and stupidity. Everybody likes to quote. I think that one was pretty brave. The problem that I have with it is that the money wasn't quite developed. And so for them to go for it so wholeheartedly, it's one of those risks that just didn't pay off. Detour, he takes 2 frags, and that gives you momentum. But really, I think the smart call here has to be, all right, buddy, you're fragging well. Grab those weapon upgrades and get out of dodge. Because otherwise, we're going to go for pistols into the next round. And I don't think it's going to look too hot, stacking the wrong bomb site so far as well with Passion. Well, they'll send Demka in, who bizarrely himself only has a deagle. But at least he's got head armor.
Yeah.
Raid boss.
We'll see, of course, if the side of the Dynamos can actually do something from this situation as they've decided to stack that A-bomb site. But Passion UA, not a team that falls for stacks all too often. We got a chance to cast them a few times so far in this competition and others as well. So we know that they can take their time, especially when they know they're playing against pistols, find a way to scout things out. And as I'm saying that, they're just heading toward that A-bomb side. But sadly for the Czech boys, they've decided to disengage and make a risky play towards B. That's not going to give them anything in this round. Bomb should be planted very soon, and the round should be converted by Passion UA.
Yeah, quick as you like. No worries here at all. Maybe not as quick as you like, as slow as you like, but still a round win as Jacasmo gets the bomb down. So in about 40 seconds, we'll move on to the next, and maybe we'll see some exit attempts here for Dynamo. I'm already a little bit hunty, getting a bit hungry, and look at that. Wallbang headshot through the body. Quem will get 3 frags for himself. Traded out in position, as Waro is going to look for any other victims. It's just Elive and Nubik. Now just Nubik, far away from all the action with a trusty deagle in hand. He's also got Kevlar, so he should definitely try to save that into the next. And this will end up being a reasonable buy for Dynamo. No op available most likely, unless somebody wants to go without hardly any resources whatsoever. Yeah, only can be even afforded by Mikey, and I doubt he's going to do that, but we could still see it on a 4Z. They could try to put their options. Oh yeah, he does. He grabs it. So there we go. Snipe into the next round, but there is a 2-round lead for Passion.
Yeah, Dynamo, they need to think of something now. This CT side, for a moment it seemed strong, but Passion UA back in the driver's seat now. It is their map pick. We were skeptical, but they're fighting back. Technical timeout. For good reason, as they need to discuss things. Only one left. Don't forget, their first was after that Elive clutch in the first half. This time, though, it is for the worst parts of their game. That first one, maybe just to consolidate the team and make them still be confident but careful. Now, they need to get back their confidence, and that 4Z op needs to start doing work, as it's a big investment, and 4Z, he needs to wake up if he wants his team to win this best of 3 2-0.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for 4Z to crack shots off. They are fighting to protect Prague, not let it slip. And look at that, Elive doubling up. But it will eventually be traded out. Now it's suddenly a 3-on-3, and 4Z, the next line of defense here, to be tested. He does end up firing true, falling back to a more defensive angle, diving into the corner, but that whiff is going to cost him. Suddenly, a 2-on-2. And the bomb will go down. Utility used. Detour could get absolutely decapitated, but instead he trades back onto Waro 2K. What do you got for us, Jacasmo? Your team is watching. Your fans at home are watching. Down towards Cake. He is doing his best to watch all the angles, be as mindful as possible. Flashed off. Mikey sees him. Mikey drops him. Now with 2 members left alive, Dynamo will get their 8th round on the board.
That must feel really good for Dynamo. This round looked like it was slipping away, and starting, of course, with Eli finding that double 4Z. He missed that shot, but he found one before that, and that's what gave them a podium. That's what gave them a chance in this round, even though he was taken out. Detour important frag on Waro, and afterwards they knew where the last guy was. Jacasmo already threw nades from the sight position. So they had an idea that he couldn't really escape towards main. They could just double peek him, and that makes them breathe a sigh of relief to start things out. Tactical timeout now called by Passion as they need to find their way to consolidate.
Looking at this right now, I mean, tactical pause out of Passion UA means that they will at least have time to consider their next plan of attack, but really important to see a little bit of fighting spirit left in Dynamo Eclot. Fighting Spirit, of course, the worst map still left in StarCraft 1's professional map pool.
What the heck?
Everybody hates it. Please ban it every time. Blizzard, change something about your game. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong game.
Yeah. We
are getting into round number 18. Double digits on the horizon here for Passion. And they got the right idea, Dynamo. They are going to set up for some defensive maneuvers onto B, but only 2 members here. The rotation's going to be a little bit away. Forzy, though, he can come in, and look at this detour. He's delaying them. They're making them go on a detour if they want to get through the smoke. Already up to 2 frags, but the smokes are about to fade. He has no idea how close he is to Demka.
Oh, yeah, it was such a mess, and Detour somehow still alive. Gonna get taken out. Just a matter of time. Waro between a rock and a hard place, and he's gonna fall. Now the tides are turning in the favor of Dynamo as Demka is not in a good position. Topa there to support him, but they're not going to need to find a multi-frag as 4 CT players are still alive and on the prowl. Now they heard the tick from the molly, and they can come from each side. This is going to be so difficult. Demka makes it easier, but Topa, last man standing, taken out by Nubik. And at the end, it is a comfortable retake for Dynamo Eclot as they tie things up on Anubis.
That was a wild, wild round, Luba. I mean, the fact that Dynamo win again with 2 members alive does end up staining their economy a little bit. But they do so with that defuse, getting that extra cash. And on top of it all, Detour somehow didn't die. Like, he diverted so many attackers into weird paths because they couldn't quite make it through the smoke, but they didn't put 2 and 2 together.
That was so risky.
That maybe they should start spamming. Yeah, that's a big risk. Eventually, you're looking at the minimap as you walk through the smoke. If your square ain't moving, if your circle ain't progressing, you're going to start pushing mouse 1. It's the natural thing to do.
It was very, very risky. Turned out that risk quite well paid off. As back on a shady buy is the side of Passion. 4 Deagles, that scout on Demka, and try and make some impact. Of course, the side of Dynamo, they know that they don't really have a lot of need to peek, need to play for information, as they are the ones that are holding the better utility, the better weaponry. Mikey, just the nade damage. That's going to do a lot of damage down to Topa, and he's going to get taken out by that HE grenade. Tactical strike comes in, and that's a man advantage for the side of Dynamo Eclot.
Yeah, you know, one of their advantages on Train was their utility usage. It's not been as good here, but if we can start to see it be a bit better, a bit faster when it needs to be, you can see less kills like that one on a Detour. A little bit less gaps in the defense. Now, with so many members in dark, Mikey, he's fragging out. He's running out of bullets. Remember, the flank from B main can still come in at any time. In fact, that's there. Jacasmo and the scout from Demka. It takes so much to get rid of Mikey, but Demka still trying to make this an active round. He's got 4 points of health, Yuba. He's out of here. Another 2vx clutch here out of Dynamo Eclot. They're able to keep things going, keep things rolling. But it's coming at a cost for their eco. We saw a FAMAS in the last round. I think we might see some SMGs in the next.
Yeah, I mean, props to Passion. They did a lot of financial damage here as Mikey, he stayed alive a lot longer than he should have. He should have been taken out a long time ago, and Demka with that hit onto Nubik. They're not going to have that SMG. They're going to have a good buy, as they do have a good amount of money, but they're facing a reset just by losing the guys in that previous round.
And the op has repeatedly been brought forward by Forzy by some of the other teams, so he at least hasn't had to invest into that again and again and again. him and Eli can drop their teammates theoretically if they end up staying alive. Looks like we might have a reset on that round while we wait for a tech to fix up. But besides that, I mean, still looking at the nature of the round, I'm thinking that all in all, Passion UA are once again kind of up against it, right? They obviously haven't been able to find too much success on some of the rifles. And with that in mind, Dynamo Eclot are going to try to keep putting on that clinic that they need to on the CT side. I said that Anubis is not like Train Yuba, but it could go the same way, depending on what we end up seeing. We'll get some highlights from throughout the map while we wait. As it looks like Demku needs a little bit of a round restart here.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I would say this is a very nicely contested map. Even though the scoreline ends 7-5 in the same way that it did on Train, it's a completely different story, the fact that it's on Anubis. A totally different round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see a lot of back and forth fighting, and of course we talk about Anubis being a T-sided map, but it's all about momentum. Like, of course, we had the pleasure of casting multiple overtimes as well, and in those situations, you know that momentum is all. I don't think it's a completely different story even in regulation. So if you actually find a way to tie up rounds, even on the weaker side of any map, you can still do a lot of damage. You can come back from a result, and 7-5 really wasn't that big of a lead for Passion UA to have. Now, we can see the Dynamo Eclot are having a pretty good time playing on their CT side, even though in theory it should be the weaker one. Of course, we get to see the frags, but soon enough we'll be back in the server. We'll be back watching these two teams play good Counter-Strike, and good Counter-Strike is what we've seen so far.
Oh yeah.
Because like watching maybe some previous games, not necessarily from these two sides, but many mistakes are made when you watch Tier 2 Counter-Strike. Not a lot of individual or team mistakes for that regard between these two sides. It seems like they both know the importance of making it through 3-1 and not having to fight that 2-2 elimination bracket.
Yeah, and once again, we're talking about the utility usage here from Dynamo as they pepper Passion UA with a little bit of nade damage, forcing them to expend their utility, but not being able to hold on to the control for very long. Eli once again going on through Temple, trying to reinforce the boys on B, but that's not where Passion UA are staking their claim. Instead, they'll be moving through mid, and that's an easily attackable A site, especially if Eli gets taken out in the process. He's now slowly lurking back over there, but we got Quemen Woro looking for heads here, prowling. Nade calls him back. Smoke will snuff him out. He's going to get ready to take care of camera control, but Forzy and Nubik have a lot on their plate here. Forzy misses the opportunity on the first and misses the shot on the second. This is for a lot of impact if Passion tie us up. Dynamo face that reset still. First frag found for the sniper, but it's a trade onto Nubik. Mikey's got so much more effort to do. Eli gets dropped in the back lines. This is looking like a really hard retake.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a very difficult retake, made a little bit easier with Jacasmo falling and Woro being so low. Still a chance for the Dynamos as they pounce towards the site, but they lost the pincer of Eli. That doesn't matter, as they're going to take heads, they're going to take players and take their 11th round on Anubis. So important, so impactful, and Passion UA missing a very good chance to tie things up and get back in the driver's seat. And I was going to say Eli was in a situation where he had to stay alive so his teammates could actually make more of an impact coming from the main position. When he fell, I saw actually Passion taking this round, but Jacasmo being a bit overzealous to take that duel, that could be what cost them in the end.
Yeah, and really just good awareness, good trades, good awareness of those angles in particular, I think, for Dynamo Eclot on that retake. They just knew where to look for every single member of Passion. Once they cleared so much out with those HEs in the back of Cake, that worked out so nicely for them. So overall, I think we're looking at a Dynamo Eclot with 2 rounds to go. They really are telling a similar story as to Train. And you were saying earlier that, you know, you can potentially have the same level of success even on a map, on a side where you're not as favored, as long as things get, you know, tied, as long as you still have that momentum. I think it's a more impressive story for Dynamo Eclot. 1 pistol round win out of all 4 so far in the set. If they close it out in 2 maps here for Passion, you can talk about the fact that they played a best of 5 earlier, that they're tired, that they're worn out, that they would have won this if it was a different story. But Dynamo Eclot, it's an impressive streak of rounds here to get us into 11-9. And now they're favored in the buy, favored in the money. Passion UA, back to pistols for them.
No, Passion UA will have money in the next round, even if they lose this one. That is an important thing to note as they're striking towards B, and those Sec 9s, again, a nuisance. Not one of their players falling and the bomb being planted means that Dynamo Eclot are pulling the plug from this round. Passion UA back into a 1-round disadvantage, but now the tables have turned.
But they specifically need to keep 3 members alive here. I don't think Demka is going to spot anybody just yet, especially as Quem hasn't seen Elive lurking around through the back lines of Anubis. Usually territory reserved for the T's. Actually, all of Dynamo's members are surviving out here outside A. Looks like they might end up getting a couple of cheeky exits. Remember, there are 2 rifles recovered here. And yeah, Jacasma going down is not really damage. You can't really quantify it in the same way, but at the very least, he's staying alive. He's going to flash himself out of too much danger. Keep on slowing things forward there. Ooh, losing that member is so brutal. Their economy cannot support a full buy for 3 members here. Forzy can drop. Detour can buy himself. Eli's going to have to tough it out with a worse gun here.
Yeah, it's not going to be...
And it looks like Passion will take attack.
It's not going to be a perfect buy for Dynamo Eclot, and Passion choosing to go for a tactical timeout. They want to break the economy, break this result, get themselves in the lead and in the driver's seat, and put themselves in a good position to finish this map, continue this best of 3. Though, still a question of what the Czech team can do, as they are 2 rounds away from proceeding to the deciders, joining the likes of Fnatic, ENS, and Navi Jr. in those top 8 deciders. That will be the difference maker of who will go to LAN and who will not, who will stay at home, continue the grind. Not many steps away, but now it seems to be slipping through their fingers just a little bit. They need to find a composure to get the next 2 rounds.
Composure indeed is the name of the game here. Dynamo Eclot do not want this to run away from them, but Forzy has made another big mistake whipping onto Jacasmo. Quem through the smoke. It looks like maybe we're in for a tie game with an unfortunate buy for the CTs in the next. They need to hold here. They need some heroics. Mikey needs to reload. Elive needs to frag with the FAMAS. This is not the ideal position. And now Nubik might get shot in the back. He's not going to be able to get away from Waro 2K's crosshair. And that's an A site open for business. Yuba, the hometown heroes are crumbling at the 11th hour.
Oh yeah, now they're not in a good position. Now they need to save these guns, hope that they can keep them, because we already see Quem is quite close. He's still at B main, even though the bomb is planted at A, and he wants to get the backstep, steal away these guns, make it easier for Passion UA to get to that magic number 12. Such a tight-fought game. Dynamo, they had their chance. Maybe they missed it. Mikey not quick enough.
No.
And that op is on the table. They can steal it away now, as he might be in danger.
Yeah, fully surrounded. He tries to steady himself without the sniper. I mean, Forzy's been a little bit quiet on this map anyway, but that is so difficult here. Elive might go down as well. Demka, I think, spotted him for just a moment, just a hair on the head of the IGL. A full reset, no weapons brought in. They would need to win a force buy in order to, at the very least, secure 1 match point, and that seems very unlikely. I think we might see the boys, the hometown heroes, crowd favorites. They're going to play for overtime.
That's such a heartbreaking situation. Deflating, isn't it? The fact that they were so close to actually finishing off this map, this best of 3, now only on USPs, playing for the hopes of overtime found, and Passion UA, you can see the confidence. They're already thinking of how they can get to a side and finish this round off. Fight for that number 3 as Waro, he saw a player in headshot. That's information. Important information at that. He's gonna get overrun, but there are his teammates to do something, as the USPs will take 2 heads. It seems not more than that. Wem still wanting to fight that Tech9 could be in trouble, while his teammates just ran away to the other side. He's gonna die. They can take the guns at the very least. They can think about this round still.
The no armor for Dynamo means that I feel like a retake is kind of unlikely, but note the lack of utility on all sides. It looks like they are going to just thank their lucky stars. They recovered a sniper and an A1S. But hey, it was a salvaged Molotov. Anyway, it's going to be very difficult here for Passion UA to be uprooted. They're playing very passively. They've got a nice little plant in that extended area next to the waterfall, so pretty easy to hold that from A main. The longer this round goes on, the less likely it is that Passion will be endangered, and they will actually reach map point first. And Dynamo, they can at least mount a solid move, a push towards overtime with some of those stolen weapons. You got plenty of cash to buy now.
Yeah, especially with those saved guns. Having an AK helps as well. Maybe even considering a double up setup when so many cards are on the table. And you know that you need to win next round if you want to play overtime and not go to map number 3. They need to think of something, and still a good chance, of course, to making it to OT. Not going to happen with the double up, as Forzy is going to be the only sniper in play for the Czech side. Of course, a sniper available on the side of Passion UA as well. Let's see what the Ukrainians are going to do, what their plan is. 402K, shrunk down to 50 HP. That's not going to stop him. The op is still capable of fighting frags even on 1 HP.
That's right. Not nearly as much of a problem as when you're facing into a rifle angle where just one stray shot can fell you, cut you down right then and there. Looks like it will be a little bit more of an A lean from Dynamo as they have Detour and Forzy rotating back over. But Quem is going to take advantage of that smoke towards the temple and see if he can have a better position. Camera open for business if he wants it. The A take still lined up here. Passion UA, this is their choice. They will go A, and that's where Dynamo are expecting them.
Oh yeah, this might have been a good read from the side of Dynamo, but now they need to fight. Now they need to find the frags. Quem felled, and the only part of the attack can come from A main. They know it now. They can sense overtime approaching as the attackers are falling. Demka still not giving up this round, still wants to end this map. HE grenade is going to blow him up, and it's only Woro that remains. His op needs to find a heroic play, but the bomb, even the bomb is far away from him. And the clock ticking, missed shot. They know where he is, and we're going to overtime as the hometown boys are pulling themselves back, and Anubis not yet over.
Impressive stuff from the side of Dynamo Eclot. We'll get to see that round yet again. Passion UA making a play towards the A-bomb site, but Dynamo, they just knew it. They had the read, some sort of spidey sense tingling for them. They figured it out. They hadn't heard any noise towards B. And with those smokes early on towards camera, towards temple, it gave the game away. So we go again. Dynamo Eclot continue to defend not just their chances in the tournament, their opportunity to go to that play-in stage where we're going to see them compete for another best of 3, aiming to be not just top 8, but top 4, so that they can represent their hometown, their home turf. They want to defend Prague overall.
Exactly. Again, sending a player towards mid. Mikey, in the meantime, is going to take care of Topa, but this is going to be different, though. Forzy expected it, not punishing Quem yet, and Detour falls. Now things are starting to be a little bit more difficult for the side of Dynamo Eclot, but still Passion undecided as what they can do. But the world is their oyster at the moment because Quem made so much noise. Every site is that much difficult to hold for the side of the Dynamo.
Well, when the backstab comes in from the IGL, Dynamo's going to be more than happy about that. They know where Waro is based on that op shot. And Nubik, he almost pushed outside the A main, but now he's going to fall back to more of a defensive posture. That's where the bomb is entering his crosshairs potentially. No, instead, they go the other way, but Demka still good on the flick. The correction, this is still a 3-on-3, 2 members towards A, and a rotation coming out of Waro already ahead of where the CTs are.
And we'll see what this brings them as the slow rotate from eLive needs to find something. His teammates coming from camera, but he is the one that actually needs to make noise. The ticks from the molly are going to show Mikey's position. It's very slow as the bomb has ticked down to half. They're going to need to hurry up. Another magic nade from Passion UA will blow them up, and Demka collects them. Now eLive in a 1v3 with little time remaining is going to fall. It's an advantage for Passion UA. They get their 13th a bit late as we've already entered overtime, but they want to correct their mistakes. And a good start of OT for Passion UA.
Yeah, rough stuff there, especially as the time had ticked down so low, the utility buying so much time for Passion that eLive had no time to clear the normal angles, so he gets stuffed by the very first off angle. And really, if Nubik had at least gotten one, this is a very different round, but he gets destroyed by Demka's clear. So, Passion UA will take 13. Another investment out of Dynamo Eclot. Next round will be a very rough one for them if they aren't able to win, or even if they end up losing a number of players. OT does not mean you're free from economic consequences. And it looks to me like this will be another bit of an A lean. No pressure towards the B-bomb site yet again, but Mikey dropped so low means that we could end up seeing Passion UA just take the teeth out of this defense.
eLive, will he get something? Triple team, not a chance. Waro quick enough. And Mikey low on 18 HP. This defense is not as strong as you might think. 2 players towards A, and Mikey wanting to make a play. That's actually going to result in a frag. And he's going to live to tell the tale as he brings this back into a 4v4. Still a chance for Z. Ooh, timing almost cost him his head. He's going to stay alive. A few lucky situations for Dynamo, but they're still not out of the woods yet. This Passion UA seemed to be very interested in striking towards B, where Mikey resides. And don't forget, only 18 HP means he's quite close to death.
He is, and it looks like they'll be trading up some utility as Detour relieves him. 24 frags for this man, leading the charge. Quem on the other side with 26, and still rocking. 13-12, overtime 1 will continue. Could sell Passion up the river here. But look at that. Finally a flick from Forzy. Waro will also get a little bit of a sitter himself. There's still a little bit of a flank here from Demka, but it looks like this round is just about wrapped up, and especially staying alive with 3 members, very impactful for the defenders. Dynamo Eclot tie us up yet again, and if they post one more, their T side could look the part. We could see them finish this job off.
Oh yeah. They're still fighting, they're still kicking. Waro quick, but not quick enough in the continuation of that round as frags mostly went in the favor of the Czechs. Tactical pause for good reason. That previous one, or that previous round was not good enough. It was messy for the T side as they have changed their minds seemingly more than once of where they want to end the round, and a little bit more discipline for Passion UA might actually take them a long way.
A long road to go down, potentially. Whoever wins this still needs to secure another series win later. And I don't know if Passion UA want to clock in after OT and a best of 5 that went all the distance. I think everybody might be praying for an Eclot victory here, but Passion UA will continue to fight with their last zip of spit put into every little bit of play and gaming. eLive gets his head taken off. That's a timing. It's a nice little break in the smoke. Well, with a man down, Dynamo Eclot will refocus their efforts. Mid is now a liability. The longer that liability exists, stronger it's going to be here for Passion UA as they can start to abuse that, maybe push forward. Instead, it's drawing Detour away from the B bomb site, and that will be the target. Passion UA working wonderfully.
Yeah, Mikey could be in trouble. That op is going to have to do work. He's the only line of defense. If they're going through the smoke, Mikey needs to disengage. He needs to pull back and wait for the cavalry to arrive, but the cavalry could get run down as well as Detour falls. Mikey went back to the AK. Let's see what they can do in a deficit of 2 men as Passion UA have complete control of the site, and that smoke is not going to help the CTs at all. Mikey goes through it, but he falls as well, and Passion UA getting back into the driver's seat. All the frags going in their favor, and Forzy just salt in the wound that miss was. Passion UA, after 3 rounds of overtime, they're going to have a 1-round advantage.
Indeed, and that was on the T side, so that's where you would expect those rounds to come in. But Dynamo Eclot, they got to remember how to play this T side of Anubis. How well drilled are they? When you get to extra rounds, the favorite tends to win more often than not. Passion UA are definitely that favorite. If they get 2 rounds here, we could go to a 3rd map after all. It'll take 3 in a row for Dynamo Eclot to finish it up in the first OT, and they would need to do so by stringing together some offensive rounds. Op on Forzy to start things off. Of course, it's on Waro on the other side. We did see a double op setup, but it didn't amount to much for Dynamo Eclot. And it was surplus to requirements for Passion UA as they start to take mid control. Continuing to make things happen here on Anubis. Looking very impressive, but both teams are, otherwise we wouldn't be in OT1.
Absolutely. Both teams have shown their strength, and Quem wanted too much too early. Forzy, his patience paid off as now his team has a man advantage, and Waro wanted to get a little bit more info for main, but stopped by that molly, halted in his tracks. Still a default setup from the side of Dynamo, and they're in a situation where they need to make their choice.
Nice.
The choice might be brought onto them as Nubik found Waro now in a 5v3. They have so much space to work with.
Yeah, Waro's taking a lot of risks in that position. No util, no rifle backup, no trade potential. Demka thinks somebody's lurking through that smoke top mid. Not going to be the case. Nubik will punish Waro's risk-takey behavior. Elev making noise for Topa to focus onto. Some rotations are going to come on through, but this is a 5 versus 3. And Dynamo, they're going to strike onto the B-bomb site, but it's all a bit of a ruse. Hopefully Detour can continue to frag out, pad his stats instead. It is going to be Jacasmo as the only man left to frag onto this A-bomb site. He's found one. Definitely still an active round.
Yeah, it seems like a fluffed 5v3 as Mikey is between a rock and a hard place, and not even a plant in this situation. This is painful as they held all the cards and they decided to fold. Even I got tongue-tied in this situation as they had a really good position to get back into a tied result. Finding 2 early frags in the end meant nothing, and it's 2 map points. Passion UA.
Dynamo are gonna have to do all of what they just did, but better. Look at Jacasmo. He's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, you goobers? How did you drop that? Now he's just configuring his settings, but it would be funny. It would be banter.
We don't see a lot of that in the cams of the players. Just sometimes.
Yeah, very rarely. I think it was. I'm thinking like Fine Shine. You know, he likes to flex or look like a little superstar there. Sometimes he'll try to ego out a little bit. I mean, it's all for banter. It's not like the players see each other's cameras, but that's behavior that will go far on LAN. That's for sure.
Well, we'll see who can make it to LAN.
That's right.
Still 0 teams have booked their ticket to Prague, as even the teams that advance through the Swiss stage need to play the decider matches in the top 8. Another tech pause seems to be in order, as players should find a way to cool down. Dynamo Eclot playing for another set of overtime. 2 rounds needed to string up. If they want to do that, either we're going to Ancient.
Hard to remember how this all began, but remember that only one pistol round has gone the way of Dynamo, and they've still got it so close, winning the first map despite losing 2 pistols. Now potentially winning the second map, but they've got a little bit of a deficit they got to get out of first. It's a match point here for Passion UA, 2 of them presenting themselves. After a very much bungled round, Dynamo have to stew in it in a tech pause, thinking silently to themselves about what's coming next. So many thin margins, as it often is in these tight games, but it ends up favoring Passion ever so slightly. Whiffs from both oppers. They've been a little bit quiet, but maybe we'll start to get them waking up here. And if we do end up going to Ancient, that could be a nice little omen for the sniping gameplay we might end up being privy to. And this was kind of wild. I mean, when we're thinking about it on the CT side, when you see so much action towards the B-bomb site, you're not thinking, oh, they're going to fake A. These 2 players here are just a ruse. And Topa, still standing tall there, is going to wipe the floor with them towards that bomb site. It's a rough time to be an Eclot enjoyer here, because they definitely had the opportunity to close this in regulation. It got away from them. That Tech 9 round you think about, a little bit of a force buy from Passion, end up sort of putting a nail in a coffin, or at least starting to build it from IKEA.
I'm very confused as to what Dynamo wanted in that previous round. Because when you have a 5v3 on T side, of course, I'm not judging E-Live. He's playing overtime. It's a very important series for his team, but you have a 5v3 on T side. The textbook play is to send one player to a site, scout it out. He might get a chance to get some information. The rest of the players either go to that site if it's empty, or they go to the opposite site if the guy falls or sees what's going on and sees more than one player over there. They decided to commit 2 players to B while 3 players went to A. I can't help but say that they shot themselves in the foot just a little bit, because they lost 2 players in what was supposed to be a ruse against 3 players alive.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward there for sure, especially since Jacasmo hadn't bid on the rotate. And if they had sent 1 player forward, they might have spot that. They already knew there were bodies on the B-bomb site, so they felt like it was pretty safe to go, but maybe E-Live just didn't expect there to still be 1 defender burrowed in and ready for a rainy day. Turns out it rains Dynamo Eclot players. And they hit the ground pretty hard.
Absolutely. Still waiting for the tech pause to be lifted. Apparently just fixing up some webcams, so that should be over quite quickly. If you hadn't followed the program so far, last game day was a pretty good day for Fnatic and ENCE as they proceeded through to the top 8, and today by default win, Navi Jr. did the same as RUSHB didn't show up to that best of 3. Now we're looking for the 4th. Afterwards, there will be 4 teams left to fill in those decider spots.
Yeah, that's right. Top 8 in the Swiss stage will play off against each other in a series of matches designed to figure out which teams are going to land. The Conquest of Prague demands only the best of this lot. Dynamo have been impressive so far versus a beleaguered Passion UA. Not yet ready to go is Dynamo, Eclot, or Passion UA, but certainly
27 frags on Quem. That's something we didn't mention. He's fragging out quite well.
He's doing pretty well for himself. Of course, his next in line would be Detour at 24. You can see, though, the strength of the rest of the players, rest of the squad, is more evenly distributed on the side of the hometown heroes, whereas Passion UA is a little bit more front-led. 19 on Jacasmo, an anchor of sorts. Demka with 20. Quem with 27. Woro and Topa just bringing up the rear. They've had their moments. They've had their impact. And now after that lengthy technical timeout, We have a tactical pause coming out of Dynamo Eclot. They want to reset. They want to talk over their options. That is their last timeout left. The last opportunity for them to stave off whatever's coming down the pipe. They can set the pace on the T side, but so far, as impressive as it started, it petered out pretty quickly in the end, and that was not a good look for them.
Absolutely not. 2 rounds needed to proceed to another round of overtime. Otherwise, we're going to that decider. And on that map, nobody is safe. We can say that. Ops hoisted on both oppers, as Waro and Forzy both have the big green. Rest of the players on a pretty good buy on both sides, as Waro might get an easy frag, and that's a good flick. The top fragger on the side of the Czech team is out, but Eli wants to lead by example as he finds the trade even more as Jacasmo is dinked through the wall. Luckily for him, still on 64 HP, but he's just getting peppered by that utility back on 16. And now it doesn't really feel good for him as they found the opening. Now they can spread that defense thin, play it slow, and look for a mistake.
Quinn might give it to him. Star fragger, top fragger for his squad right now. Just jiggle peeking. Forzy, does he expect it? Looks like he's going to adapt it. He sees this is an angle advantage, and he plucks him out of the sky. Just like that. This has turned into a 4-on-3. Last time we had this many members advantaged for Dynamo, they did bungle it, but I don't think they'll make the same mistake twice. So low is Jacasmo. Got to do a little bit more. Up available for recovery, but Bogdan's Law not going to come into effect this time. Instead, he falls back with the rifle, and Mikey runs him right through. Topa has a nice flank. He knows that the op is there. How has Forzy not paid attention to that one? Bomb will still go down. This is an active 2-on-2.
Yeah, this is definitely possible. One guy in jail. He's going to get a frag, and only Topa remains. 100 HP. He can still fight. He has utility to work with. The HE grenade could finish somebody off. Not going to happen just right. And Mikey is going to take him out. In the end, a 1v1 goes into the hands of the last player surviving on Dynamo Eclot, and they're still fighting. They're still kicking out map number 2.
Yeah, they want to end this in this map, which means they need to go to a second overtime. Dynamo Eclot, the hometown heroes, the favorites of that crowd, if they can get there. This is really, I think, the frag that mattered. Forzy saw through the net code, saw through the sub-tick. Like that exactly the right moment to pluck that shoulder. Not even shoulder, just an edge of an arm.
Yep. Swinged him.
That's the mistake from Quinn. Gonna be an A lean now for Dynamo Eclot as Passion UA are continuing their moves. They've got one last chance to bring us to Anubis without requiring even more rounds, and so far looking good with their utility usage. The smoke breaks for Nubik. He's not able to get a thing. Demku's got 3 frags. Just like that, it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Ancient. 16-14 is your final scoreline. Passion UA are not done yet.
Yeah, this best of 3 is going to continue to deliver as Passion UA get their map pick. After, though, we can say something was not so easy for them. They needed to fight, they needed to claw back as Dynamo Eclot fought well. Not well enough to end this in 2 maps as Demka's spray found 3 guys in this last round, and they really couldn't exit that smoke. They wanted to end this first round of overtime as fast as possible. That didn't happen, and it cost them not only mistake that the Dynamo players made throughout this map, and they're maybe gonna rue those mistakes if they lose that 3rd map.
Yeah, that is a potentially big if, because of course Dynamo Eclot, they know what's up. They are definitely rocking and firing on multiple cylinders. Really, who went missing here for my money is Forzy. He had so much impact on Train, but on Anubis, I'm not going to say he wasn't a factor. He had a couple of rounds of impact, but it felt like he could have done so much more with some of the opportunities he was given. It's not like he didn't have the gun in his hands for a lot of those impactful rounds. So to see Dynamo Eclot bungle that lead, bungle some of the momentum that they gained once they switched over to that CT side, I said it before, it is a bit more difficult on the defense, but they looked like they were good for it. And then They crumbled at really what feels like the last moments. Obviously, some of those OT rounds look pretty good for him too. So they are going to be kicking themselves, but they got to mentally reset. Ancient's around the corner.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time to think things through. They should forget this map ever happened and try to think what worked on train. And a lot of things work on train for them. On the other hand, of course, you got Passionate. They got a lot of momentum coming into that last map. And I think when we look at a map like Ancient, there is, of course, that discussion of what side is better. Teams will pick the CT side, but it's not a big difference. And we know that teams can really make a big impact even on their T side. So this is going to be a fun one. That map number 3 is going to show us which team is going to go through to the top 8, which team is going to go to that 2-2 bracket and have another chance of doing so. Of course, we're going to go on a short break. We'll be back with the decider.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál playzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Last map of the day takes us to Ancient, where we will find out which one of these two teams will make their way to the top 8 and which will go down to the 2-2 bracket, which will be, of course, a promotion, but also an elimination match. All the cards are on the desk, and we're waiting for this last map to start. My name is Luba. I'm joined by Pronogo, and I have no idea who's going to win this. I kind of made a prediction where map number 2 started. I was like, yeah, Ancient is probably gonna show us the winner, and it was unintentional, but in the end I was right. So we'll see, of course, what Ancient brings us.
Yeah, listen, it could definitely be the case that the way that Anubis went is also the way that the series will go overall. Passion UA barely eking out the win on Anubis after getting flummoxed on Train in that second half, just getting steamrolled by the hometown heroes of Dynamo Eclot. We talk about it a lot, but there's a lot of pressure towards you, especially if you're the underdog. These guys are fresh off a best-of-5 victory that was also hard fought. There's so many advantages that you theoretically should have as Dynamo Eclot, and for the fact that they couldn't translate them, they are going to be upset about that. Coming into map number 3, I think the percentages will end up favoring Passion UA as they get themselves warmed up into things. Quem, the man on your screen just a moment ago, was doing so well for himself and so well for his squad in that last one. Now we're going to get that knife round up and running, and that will tell us who's going to pick what side. You said earlier that you think whoever wins is going to pick CT, but I agree with your other take that it doesn't really matter on Ancient. You can make both work. Really depends on momentum.
Absolutely. The knife round, of course, is going to choose which team picks the side, and
he's on the run.
Oh, that might give him a sliver of a hope. It's going to be an interesting ending to the knife round. Hopefully transitions well to the gameplay when things began. All right, this is a standoff. Which 11
there we go.
Win. That's a bit underwhelming. No clutch in the knife round for Demka. He's going to have to wait until the match begins. These two sides have met a month ago in a best-of-3. And Eclot, they managed to get the win. But they lost Ancient 13-7. So that might give us a bit of a perspective of where this map can go.
Looks to me like it'll be CT side here for the boys in blue, the boys that were able to clutch out that victory in the knife round. What I really feel for in that knife round, by the way, is not the players who have to sit there and watch, not even us who have to somehow cast a knife round of all things. It's the observer. That poor guy had to, nail the transition between Red Room into CT spawn, somehow following all the action. Shout out him.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody ever gives credit to the observer when he's doing a good job. Everybody only criticizes the observer when he misses a frag. So yeah, big shout out to our observer. Just so you know, we're following your work, and we believe you're doing a great job.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. About to go live here, it looks like, as we get ready to see exactly what we're going to see on map number 3. And, of course, our observer's a big part of that. They show us what we're seeing.
Oh, hopefully.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe he's going to get overly ambitious now and miss a few key
I think he needs to show us some weird angles. We need to be flying upside down, looking at all the players in third person. That's the only way to enjoy Counter-Strike, in my opinion. All right, it's map number 3. Winner goes to the top 8. We'll play one best-of-3, and that will determine their fate in the future of the tournament. The loser has one more chance to qualify, and Demka, he wants to take that chance right now, but instead, it's Nubik, it's Detour, fragging out on the B-bomb site and stuffing this aggression with the dualies.
Yeah, there's the sheriff. A new sheriff in town, and he's got a deputy as Nubik gets the frags with dualies. He got help as well, and it was a complete shutdown of that attack as Passion UA barely fired off a bullet. 1-0 to the side of Dynamo, and that's a good start of that CT side. You want those dualies to do a good job, and they did.
Good to see that Dynamo are not done yet. Running out of steam on Anubis. Doesn't look like they have petered out exactly on Ancient, but it's a small sample size. You need to see a little bit more. No bomb plant means it's just a deagle on Jacasmo and Waro. Everybody else rocking the Glock. See what else they can do. Remember last time we saw Passion UA on Glocks? They actually got 2 frags. That was all the way back on Train, if you can believe it. So See if they can do one better here. Instead, it looks like Mikey will be farming. Remember that Deagle is still in the hands of Jacasmo, and it takes the head off of Mikey, but the reveal is there. Nubik should be able to clear that. Oh, he's been flanked, though. Okay. We're starting to see a little bit of action. Remember, Quem has the rifle. That's a duel versus Elive. He should not have won. I think we're about ready to see a bomb plant, boys, especially with another headshot coming through. Ooh, 2v1. Detour had an impeccable map number 2, but this round has turned on its head.
He actually just walked over the bomb. I'm curious to see what the plan is. Does he know about the C4 that's laying on heaven? Still a chance, even though he only has that MP9. They don't have armor, and he can shred through them. Still waiting to pick up that C4. Quite confused is Demka as he walked throughout this map and has seen absolutely nothing. The bomb is going to get planted, and Detour. Now the question is where the bomb is, because he can assume it might be A, but he can't be 100% sure until he hears the ticking, the clicking.
There it is.
Oh, he's been seen. They know where he is. Now things are starting to be very difficult. He does have a smoke. He does have a kit. This is still a chance. A good one at that. He's going to smoke the bomb. Will he just try and stick it, but gets dinked and left on 1 HP? The hope is not going to be there as they reset them. And Passion UA, they still got a fight left in them. That dig was enough. It carried plot armor with it, and they got the very important round.
Reset, of course. So now it's Quem was like, hold on, I got to get my delivery. Food's here. After that round, he'll be very happy with himself. A lot of impactful frags. Is that, I think, 3 with the A1S? Very good stuff there. And now they have to stew in that. I mean, come on, man. That's some rough stuff that you're putting them through. Technical timeout right after that, you know? Come on.
Production told us that it's a tech pause. I mean, is it a tech pause when you got like Pizza Hut getting, or well, rather KFC delivery coming in?
I like that. We have Quem has an arm issue.
Oh, all right.
Not sure what that means.
Maybe he hit the table or something.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna have to ice it up. You know, he's got to detach his current one, put on a Robo one. You know, you get to a point where we have all of these, you know, keyboards that have been banned by Valve because they got Snap Tap or Rappy Snappy or whatever. What about when the biotic arms come out and you start clicking with immediate precision, dude?
Yeah.
How long until Neuralink gives you that?
Go in
yeah,
to play games over that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things are coming in, and
ooh, okay,
that's a transition and a half.
We were talking up the observers. How about that?
All right.
Straight from spawn to spawn. We'll take that. And it is indeed a CT Force, by the way. So we're going to get some more action after that arm issue has been resolved. New one installed for Quem as he is continuing to find Impact 3 frags already in as many rounds. And the third one's not even done. Only barely begun. We have quite a bit of bodies towards the B-bomb site, but to me, this looks more like just a slow boil. Passion UA not ready to dispense with their targeting just yet.
Oh, Nubik, that duel he shouldn't have lost. Even though he had just an MP9, he needed to win it. Now, not a good position for the side of Dynamo as they need to make the correct rotate. Forzy not going to spot anything so far. Scout shot not hit. He's going to have to wait with that, and Passion UA already seem like they know what side they like best, even though they know that there's some presence on it. They want to clean it up, and they will, no problem. 1, 2, 3, the defenders are dead. And they know that Forzy Scout is somewhere in the mix. Oh, that's so unlucky. Needs to use the Force better next time, as Forzy is only going to run away and try to keep that Scout in his hands, maybe something that can pay dividends in the next round.
Please, sir, I'd like to invest my quarter. Will I be a millionaire? No, not anytime this generation. Quem will take Forzy out to pasture. That was a rough round to watch. And, you know, the fresh arm for Quem is definitely paying out. He's laughing. He's having a good time. Maybe he did hit the table. You never know.
I see that as a possibility. Not sure why. They won
He
that
won
round.
so hard, he just had to get rid of that's rough. Don't look at that too many times. When you ever, if you ever feel useless, remember, and then just that. All right. Well, Elive can try to shake that one off, but not this round. It's USPs only. Passion UA on for a third. I hope this isn't a runaway for the Ukrainian side, as much as it's a joy to watch them have some fun and get some good frags in. And I always love cracking jokes on the cast. The Dynamo boys, they are going for glory here. They're trying to secure a future showing in Prague, and this is the first step of many. They still have another chance, but things might not get better than this.
Exactly. You never know who you're going to get in that 2-2 bracket. A very quiet round. Very little action to see, though. Wario is going to lose his gun. Might get followed up by something more, but they didn't keep that pyramid, that totem on for long, though. Jakazmo and Demka are just going to clean house, as these USPs are only going to find one frag in the end. It's going to be the third round for Passion UA. Now back on a bye is the side of Dynamo Eclot. Let's see what they can do. Can they wake up? Still, 2 rounds a deficit, something that you can quite easily get a handle on, but not going to be so easy if Passion UA starts to run away with this result.
I love the pyramid.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good strat. That was even with the top of the pyramid there, Mikey, looking down at the last second. So, you know, once again, people checking their shoes. Saw that on Anubis. All right, well, Dynamo Eclot. They have the rifles out, but they do not have the tempo. That's Mikey dropping immediately. Not much utility behind this either. Elive is looking for some kind of trade, but he's reduced to just dropping the smoke and hoping that he can get the hell out of Dodge. Fire at his feet. Fragmentation. Okay, well, he'll at least get Topa through the smoke. That's an easy one.
He's gonna
Props to him for rocking the unskinned A1S. That's a legit move, but he is going to get dropped for it. And look at that. Well,
there you go.
Double up. Jakazmo took a little bit of a look-see in a different direction. He'll finally get the stab going. It's Forzy, 1-on-1 against Jakazmo. Bomb on his back, and well, he's still got a little bit of utility. Is he going to expect the off angle? Forzy trying to play with his food. It's not going to work. Jakazmo bites back.
4th round on the board for Passion UA. For a moment, it seemed quite good for Dynamo as they got a few quick frags under their belt towards mid, even though they started around with a strong deficit. Now, result-wise, not looking so good. Finance-wise, even worse, as Passion UA have hit the ground running on map number 3 after narrowly winning the second one. Nubik fought well, in the end not well enough, as his team is back on pistols. They're going to have an SMG in the hands of Nubik. They're going to have a few bought pistols, upgraded ones, to try and get some frag in close quarters, though Mikey did not start the round so well. 25 HP, 45 on Didor. Somebody's going to have to make a heroic play. Not going to be Forzy, as he's only with that USP and now quite low. Elive peeks, but peeks into 4 people, somehow still alive. And that might be information for the side of Passion UA, but they're still going to throw caution to the wind. They're going to swarm this side. It is working out so well for them. Why even care where the stack could be hidden, where you can just breeze through it? 3 quick frags, and they're going to finish this round off quite easily, it would seem.
Yeah, I really don't like the call to invest into this particular round. They will probably still be able to buy, as they are nearing max loss. Nubik would do well to hold on to the SMG if he can, but it does feel like he's going to get clotheslined from behind if he's not too careful here. Just holding for an exit, which is the smart play given the situation. I love the little cheeky crouch lurk from Demka, but not 2 good frags. Okay, he's got enough money that he can help his team out there a little bit. But it does feel like at this point, you know, you really don't necessarily want to be forcing up in a situation like that unless you have some kind of plan that will have pace to it. And there was not really any such plan, right? They didn't go for some early map control. They just went for a stack. And a stack on Ancient with subpar weaponry, when you know your opponents have that sniper, they got plenty of utility. Of course, they got the 4 rifles. Otherwise, it's just not going to work out, man. It's not the same thing. So Topa considering the game plan as the tac pause comes out. Dynamo letting their coach do some talking as they figure out their game plan. They figure out what's going to happen. Oh, Detour head in hands is not necessarily a good sign, but sometimes the night is darkest just before the dawn, and maybe the hometown heroes can rally yet again. They did so on Train. To a lesser extent, they did so on Anubis, only to be swatted down afterwards. But Passion UA seemed to be pretty comfortably in the driver's seat, and sometimes even when you're dead tired after a long day in the office, those extra rounds are all you need to lock in fully and just flow, using 100% of your brain power for Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. But they're going to have to wake up. Not looking too good so far, as Nubik is the only one getting frags on the board for the team. Eli completely blind, needs to pull back to Donut. Fast mid-control for Passion UA. Quem, maybe too fast for him, as he was blind and walked straight into the fire. Lost 40 HP at that. Woro, big trouble. Mikey's going to take that up away. Finally, some aggression from Dynamo. They can get something, and there's Forzy with his op. Double the damage as the opposing op is already on the floor. Quem falls as well. A lot of damage dealt to Mikey, but no frags found for Passion UA, and only Demka remains. They wanted something a bit more speedy. Found nothing out of it.
Dynamo needed a little bit more power here, and they got it. Eli will even get on the board. Solid work there from the IGL to close the round out cleanly. No casualties found. No frags found on the other side. And, you know, it's early days, but that does bode well. Dynamo can still win rounds. They can win rounds handily. They just can't afford to win only as many rounds as they call tactical timeouts for, as far as these rifles go. They do need to be able to dig a little bit deeper, so hopefully they found that reset button on the momentum. And they can start claiming some for themselves. Once the rounds get back to it, we'll see just what are we going to be seeing from the T side of Passion UA. 8 rounds in to our final map of Counter-Strike for the day. Some side bets available on Tipsport. Always cool to see who they rooting for. And it looks like right now, while Topa's in question, some damage already peppered over and some good defense here from Dynamo Eclot. But I think Passion are going to hit this B bomb site with pace.
Yep, it's going to be a very difficult hold. Though Nubik starts off quite well, and there's Jacasmo dead as well. Demka finding an answer. Nubik falls, might alleviate some pressure off of Passion, but rotates already in, and Eli playing around that smoke is going to make it quite difficult for the side of Passion. He needs to die, but die he will not, as Quem hits the deck as well. Going through the smoke, but Eli, even blind, can find the necessary kills, and Woro, only one left on his feet. They're going to hear the Molotov tick, and Forzy will take him down. They're back in it, ladies and gentlemen, not giving any room for Passion to work with. Now that they have a bye again, it seems to be going into their favor. Still 2 rounds left to go if they actually want to bring the result back, but this round was a statement, and a statement good one at that.
Yeah, very, very nice that only 1 casualty gets found here on the side of Dynamo. And good heads-up play from Forzy so far in these last 2 rounds. He needs to keep showing that consistently if Dynamo want to keep it rocking. They're going to break their own smoke and murder. So that will work out okay for them to get some info. A little bit of a boost assembled, but nothing topples. Mikey just puts damage down range. Still very, very good for Dynamo to get these early little bits and bobs of pressure. Obviously, Passion have bought into this round, and then they'll be facing max loss afterwards, so they should be able to get another force or just decide to call it quits, especially as Mikey continues the pressure, finding Topa in a big way. More damage to be found. Woro's so low. Jacasmo tries to grab that AK-47. Let's see. Passion have been stuffed so far. Dynamo, they're on the rise.
Yeah, they seem to be doing quite well with Woro so low and Topa already dead. Again, from behind, Passion UA need to get to a round. Not something that they haven't done before. Don't forget, 3v5s were aplenty, which they won, and Jacasmo starts it, gets it back into a 4v4. Now that's going to spread the defense a little bit.
Yeah, spreading it, in particular, the fact that the quick rotation from Forzy is no longer going to be as available. It's going to have to come in behind the execute. Passion UA are definitely pushing closer and closer to this B-bomb site. No vision found just yet from that jump spot. Counter util going to be good, but Jacasmo's already in front of it. This could be an opportunity for Passion UA to maybe get some frags, especially as Detour is going to be... Oh, he's flashbang, completely blind. The break in the smoke did not come at the right time, and the lineup is not quite there for Forzy. This looks like it might end up being a save in the 3-on-4.
Not even a discussion about the retake. They can't. They don't have a chance. They can't really push on forward, though Mikey's still interested. The bomb has just been planted. It didn't tick up so much, but they were just waiting for somebody to make a mistake not made, as Passion UA playing with discipline in this round. And from behind, they get their 6. They lost the first guy, and Woro was on 7 HP from the start, but that doesn't matter, as they didn't lose a single player since then. And they're going to have double the opposing team's rounds. 6 on the board on the T side. Not too bad at all.
Going into the 10th round, Detour is having a little bit of a shocker when you compare to his performances on Anubis and on Train. Especially Anubis. He was so impactful there. On the one hand, you could say his team maybe let him down in that second map. And on the other hand, you could always say, what if I did a little bit more? That's the old simple methodology from back in those cursed Navi lineups with Zeus and Edward still dead weight around his ankles. Keeping his head above water, that's what Detour needs to do right now. Especially considering the way that we're seeing these rounds play out. They are very much, whoever gets those first couple picks usually ends up being advantaged. That last round, a rare exception to that rule.
Absolutely. As they did manage to get the round, even though they lost the first map. Just Dynamo wanted too much after finding the first frag, and they played for info. That cost them. Afterwards, they played passively, and that cost them as well. So they're in a situation where they get punished for being aggressive and for being passive as well. Not something you want to happen to you, Quem. He's gonna run towards the flames. Now that the flames have dissipated, he can fight, and he's gonna find a frag. Now on to Topa as he takes down Mikey. That mid-hold from the CTs did not prove profitable, as now their game plan destroyed. Nubik caught with a nade in hand. He's gonna get taken down, and everywhere they go, they die. Only Detour finding an answer, but an answer too late, as Passion UA have taken control of the site. The bomb is going to get planted. Nobody is standing in the way of the carrier, as he's going to draw this round to a close with 7 on the board for Passion UA. They already secured a lead at the half.
Yeah, no kidding. It's going to be Dynamo's turf here if they want to come back to it, and that's going to be off the back of a save. Forzy will hold on to the AWP for now. The hunt is not quite continuing at full throttle. They've just confirmed it with the body of Woro. I'll use this opportunity to soapbox about the fact that the A-bomb site should be B and the B-bomb site should be A.
Absolutely.
And you cannot convince me otherwise.
Yeah. Not even a question about it. Though now
A is always the more active,
Exactly.
B is always the harder to retake. That's just so simple.
Now that I'm used to it, I kind of get it. But when the map just came out, while casting, I had to hold a map in front of me to remember which side is which. I'm not even kidding. The first, I don't know, probably
I
when
believe
the map
that.
came out, when it came into the pool,
Yeah.
I needed like what do you call it? A cheat sheet to know which side is which.
Yeah, everything about it screams A, but it's B. Which actually reminds me, there's an old map, custom map called Trailer Park Classic. I don't know if it's going to get ported to CS2 or not, or maybe it already is. But it had a hilarious issue with it because it was so old that apparently they changed up the map. And so on the map, it said A when it was actually B. And that's what I think of every time I play Ancient, is they just screwed up on the map level. It should have been the other way around.
It is quite odd. I don't know if it was the case in 1.6. I don't think it was. But in CS Source, Inferno actually had inverted sites. So B was A and A was B.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could never think about Inferno's B site and think of calling it A. It's definitely a B site, you know?
Which is quite confusing.
That's one of the beautiful things about Counter-Strike is that even something as seemingly arbitrary as which letter of the alphabet the sites are actually does mean something, because generally B is harder to retake, but also harder to get, and so you lean less players there. Gonna be mid here for Dynamo's CT control. Passion UA pressuring towards A entirely. I almost called it B. I almost did it.
All right. A lot of pressure towards the site. They're gonna have to try and get a rotate in, but the rotate is gonna come quite slowly. Detour good for one. Nubik's still alive, but between a rock and a hard place, he needs to get cleaned out. Still fighting, finally taken down. A man advantage for the side of Dynamo as the bomb is yet to even come close to the site. Woro on 70 HP, still thinking about it, thinking maybe of going to the other site, just sneaking through cave. That's going to give a lot of time for the CTs to think about their life choices, but not just that, they might actually decide to post the player back towards the other site.
Yeah, well, Quem, the anti-timing, but Forcey still connects. That is a big correction. And Woro will eventually be felled. It comes at a huge cost, but there's money to buy. And with that sniper recovered, Dynamo has a fighting chance for that last round of the half. Ooh, man, you talk about time to think about your life choices. Once we get to that second half, there will have been another break, and it'll be an opportunity for Dynamo to really consider their game plan coming on to the offense, but they want to give themselves as much room to work with as possible.
All right, Nubik, the hero. The frags he found were quite impactful. And now, finally, the economy broken on the side of Passion UA. That wasn't the case since they won that round with Glocks and a Deagle.
Yes.
Been a long time coming. Nubik. Opa, he's not going to stand his chance, but Nubik can't get out of there. As Demka takes him out, he's going to get a rifle for his trouble. Oh, that was
that
going
flank from Jacasmo. Oh! That's bad. That's bad for the defense. Detour getting fragged. Definitely had an off game on Ancient, I'll tell you that much. And Yuba, it's looking like it'll be B. But eLive partnering up with Mikey. They want to clear cave. Okay, first frag found. This is going to be pretty impactful here. Passion UA going to throw the exec. They're already onto the site. They can get the bomb plant down, but at least it's a 3-on-3. Dynamo can still go for this and obviously have to. Yeah. It is the last round of the half. They're looking for 5.
Weirdly enough, even though they're quite close to the site, they still, I mean, if you look at the minimap, it seems like they're close to the site, but they have so much ground to cover before they can actually get to the bomb. Might be a bit easier than Mikey's found Woro. Now, that hold of the site is starting to crumble as Jacasmo and Demka are left alive. On the open is Jacasmo, but he finds 2 and maybe puts an end to this round and end to this half. Only 4Z with the off remaining. P250 is going to connect. But left on 4 HP, he needs to find the flag, and there's the clutch. There's the lifeline for Dynamo. Not a perfect first half. Will end with only a minimal deficit as they win their 5th round.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co ráč?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Well, I hope you didn't get whiplash from these rounds we've seen so far on map number 3. It's been neck and neck between Dynamo, Eclot, and Passion UA. The Czech team versus the Ukrainians fighting for a spot in the top 8. And so close was Passion to actually have a commanding lead at the half. Just a few kills away, but none of it, said Forzy, as he managed to find that last second clutch. And still a long ways to go for the team now playing on the T side if they want to come back. Even though it's only a 2-round lead for Passion, Dynamo have a long match ahead of them if they want to proceed to the top 8 from this map.
Yeah, there's a lot left here for Dynamo to do. Same can be said for Passion, though. Now they take to the defense, and it's going to be a little bit of a phantom hit towards the A-bomb site. Good split here from Dynamo, but with that first frag found from Demka, going to be a little bit harder to convince the CTs that they need to be garrisoning this A-bomb site. They might start to get a little bit creative, look for info. Mikey up next. He spotted up 2 defenders. That's information gained as he starts to plan his retreat. But that was all a ruse. He's going to stick behind in case anybody decides to push out after him. Remember, the rotates are going to be pretty quick here from Red Room as Eliv and Nubik, they're going to try this B-bomb site. Vitor yet to push, yet to reveal himself. The footsteps now heard by Topa, though, as they start to spring out towards the middle. Oh, Demka's seen them. They're staying so active. Quem taken very low now.
Oh, but he finds a frag that was so important, but 2 for 1. That's even more impactful for the T side as Waro is going to get his head blown off. Topa needs to find this kill. Jacasmo will be the one that gets it. 2v2 bomb planted. But they need to make their way toward the side, and Topa is quite low, and that could be a big issue, though. Jacasmo good. 1v1 as Mikey's going to take him down. That'll be a clutch. And Dynamo Eclot only 1 away from clawing back and tying the scoreline.
Yeah, we like to see that. That's another pistol round won by the hometown heroes, this Czech and Slovak combine, doing their best to remain competitive versus the recent champions of Galaxy Battle Phase 1. That is where Passion UA were plying their trade earlier in a best-of-5 that went the full distance. And now on the 3rd map of our best-of-3 here in Tipsport Conquest of Prague, the defenders of Prague are continuing to put up a nice little show. Switching over to that offense and getting that pistol is going to be a big feather in their cap as they start to pressure towards B. It's going to be a stack in mid with just a couple of pistols. Jacasmo on the Deagle. That's the only real threat here, but eventually you throw enough bodies at something, you might find a crack. Ooh, but they spotted it out. Okay. Dynamo Eclot should have a commanding position here.
Don't forget, they already lost 1 round against starting pistols and a Deagle. Not going to happen this time around as the T's are cleaning house. And as the spring cleaning approaches for the final players on the CT side, they want to take out a gun, but not going to happen as they all fall. Jacasmo, not today, not this time. He was already impactful with that Soul Deagle. Not going to happen in this round as the Eclot players get us to a tied result after 14 rounds played. Though the next round will be a first full buy in the second half. Of course, Passion UA hoping to make instant impact with having rifles.
Instant impact would certainly be incredible here for the defenders. They've taken their licks. They've saved up. No sniper for Waro. Another quiet game for him. The nade damage is good. And now Nubik, well, he gets a frag with a little bit of a bonus cash potential there as the SMG leads to Mikey with a trade. Oh, he could have been bopped by Waro, but Eliv gets dinked and will take the scalp of the Ukrainian sniper. It's a bomb plant for sure, but do Passion UA really want to go for this? This feels so surplus to requirements, but they still are going, and they will pay for it. Sure, you can say you got good loss bonus, but it wasn't maxed, not yet. And now they got to go back to the drawing board on a potential half buy here.
Yeah, again, back to the pistols, and Waro's going to be pretty mad with what happened. Being stuck in Donut for so long and not having cover from CT. We're going to get a chance to see that again. There was nobody.
It took me 15 rounds but I'm finally putting it together. You can tell Valve's an American company because they got a donut call out and they got a cake call out on Anubis.
Yeah, goes to show.
They even upgraded train of Pop Dog, now Long Dog. They wanted a bigger size, you know?
Yeah, of course. Well, there's nothing bad with having a bigger banana like on Inferno.
Oh, true, true. Yeah, they made their banana a little bit less clunky and choked up.
All right, pistols. Not going to do anything. As the side of Dynamo get to that B-bomb site, only Mikey isolated on mid. Maybe hoping to get an easy frag. One, and the second one he's going to struggle with. Putting out the dualies, and why not? Why not? Wyatt Earp. That's going to do enough work as the teammates rotated to find that final frag. They double their lead with 9 on the board.
See you, Space Cowboy. Pulls out the dualies and sails one by. Even a flash towards mid to spoil any frags towards Mikey. So good stuff there. Good teamwork. Good to see Dynamo Eclot firing on all cylinders. This is their biggest lead on Ancient thus far. And it's only 2 rounds, so that does tell you how the map has gone. Certainly Playground of Passion UA so far. Plenty in a row now, which does mean that the CTs have a bye. Quem getting the opening frag is very big impact, but Elive, he could go after it. Oh, but he gets lurked on by Topa. That was caught between a rock and a hard place for sure. It's going to be an empty A site. A bomb plant should be not just possible, but a guarantee here. Let's see if Passion UA can spoil.
Yeah, they already want to pounce toward the side. The bomb is going to get planted, but the CT's so close. And coming from all sides as Woro gets a free kill onto Mikey. Now this hold is very weak as only a few fingers are holding it. Forzy and Detour finding both the frag, but Detour on 7 HP against 3 players alive.
Whoa.
Gets taken out, and Passion UA not letting the team from the Czech Republic evade them, escape, and get a bigger advantage. Only 1 round will separate these 2 teams.
Yeah, but with 4 chained together, there's so much money on the side of the terrorists. Dynamo Eclot will continue to rev up and get ready to keep going. That was a good attack with pace as well. Despite the first 2 frags going the way of the defenders, they still managed to get pretty close to at least taking out 3 of the CTs, which would have really compromised their buy going into the next. However, credit to Passion UA, scoring their 8th and keeping 3 alive means that they will have plenty of cash. And indeed, they scavenge a couple of AKs, a trio of them, in fact. Still no sniper for Woro, but maybe he's more impactful on the rifle so far. As Mikey dispenses with the bomb, he wants to see if he can face that broken smoke. It's a more default round here. Nothing towards a main. Instead, they're focusing on cave, focusing on mid. Dynamo Eclot, with their 1-round lead, they are trying to continue conditioning the players of Passion, trying to play them like a fiddle. Forzy getting tagged through the smoke is of little consequence for now. Red Room going to be the next target.
Yeah, but they got what they needed. They got what they came for to start things out. They have complete control of mid. Passion UA, it would be suicide to try and take somebody toward that part of the map. And Elive starts this round off quite well as Jacasmo is dead. Elive might be in a uncomfortable situation. He's stuck in a cubby. Oh, hold that thought. Oh, they're taking heads. Not even a chance for the side of Passion. It seemed like they could maybe get it back to a 4-on-4. And as I was starting to say that, they lost 2 more players. Only Quem and Topa remaining, but so much ground to cover with 2 players. This round seems lost. Topa needs to find a heroic play, but Elive's going to check him as well. And Dynamo not letting Passion UA get a tie result. They're going to get round number 10 on the board, and with 5 alive, their finances are really doing well.
Yeah, this is looking very dominant now for the Dynamo Eclot T side. They are showing us protocols that I don't even know if they were there in Passion UA's side to the same degree, looking much more methodical once the sites switched. So I'm glad that they've been able to rally, but now they're making it look like it's too easy. A similar scoreline could avail us here as Train. See if Passion UA can use this tactical timeout to talk over their options. They don't want to go home empty-handed after winning another tournament earlier in the day. They want to keep their success story going if their streak ends here. Well, what good was it? Certainly nothing to scoff at, of course. And we've got the likes of Vitality going on a 23 series win streak. It's a little bit of a different sort of situation at Tier 1, but Passion UA want to start building their own.
Jesus
as
Christ.
far away as they are from it.
These KFC ads, like every time I see one, I could really use for a... I could really go for a bucket.
We know where you're going
wings.
after this cast. Let's see.
Thankfully, they work quite late. Here in Belgrade, Waro misses the shot, and Vitor annihilates him, wipes him from the round, and Demka not finding anything through that smoke. He still wants to fight. Vitor caught with an 8 in hand. There you go. That's the equalizer. That puts him back on a 4v4. Bomb not gonna get planted. Topa through the smoke spoils their party. And now the T's are starting to struggle as the bomb is in no man's land.
Now Forzy is watching. Quem will be taken out of the picture relatively quickly here. And now he's jump spotting for any other players. Still paranoid about a potential lurk, but now in the 3-on-3. Demka's been dropped down to very low HP. Fortuitous that he didn't just get wiped out immediately. Mikey tries to entry past Brokey into Temple, and it works well. Jacasmo only good for damage.
3 HP.
Demko's burrowed so deep behind this box, though, and Topa is providing a little bit of overwatch. 40 seconds left on the clock by the time I finish this very long sentence. Never mind, it's still going. Okay, now we're good.
All right. They want to clean the site. Demka still alive. Very low, though. They need to take care of him. A lot of time on the clock, but that's a lineup. That's a lineup and a half, and Demka wants to take them all out. Topa, next one to strike, and there you go with the SMG. That's the 9th round for Passion UA. They bit off more than they could chew the side of Dynamo. They wanted a lot. They found the first frag. It seemed so easy, but after Deed or Die with a nade in hand, it kind of snowballed against them. Downward spiral to lose them the round that could have pushed them towards winning this best of 3.
Yeah, this is really rough here for Dynamo Eclot, because remember, on Anubis, it was just one round that they should have won that they faltered on that led to a streak from Passion UA. Now, the sides were flipped at that point, but still, this is looking like, for my money, we've got Passion UA who could easily take advantage of this position and potentially drive another wedge between them and the upstarts that would upset them. Dynamo Eclot going to be lingering quite a bit here on Ancient, making sure we get all the rounds we need for our buffet of Counter-Strike. Yeah, I think the longer this series goes on, the longer this game goes on. You'd think that the favorite would still be able to outlast them, but remember, it was a 2-0 best of 3 earlier for Dynamo Eclot. Yeah. They've got plenty of reserve energy, right? They should.
Play 2 maps.
On the other side, Passion UA was 5 maps, and even though one of them was quick, that's still a lot of Counter-Strike. So I think Passion UA might be the ones closer to a collapse of energy reserves than the side of Dynamo.
This is their 8th map today. I know, I mean, some tier 2 teams play 3-4 best of 3s in a day, so it's not like they're not used to it. They're used to the grind, but still, it must be a situation where you start to run out of fumes, start to run out of energy. Maybe your brain just for moments on end goes on autopilot, and afterwards, like that one moment where you don't think the way you should can cost you, especially in such a close best of 3. And let's not forget, it was very close the entire series so far.
Very slim margins at basically all fronts. Obviously, Train, the most one-sided affair we've seen so far. And even then, the first half was 7-5, basically neck and neck. It was only when Dynamo took to the CT side, they started putting on a bit of a clinic, stopping Passion from scoring more than 1 round on their T side. It's been a very different look on both Anubis and on Ancient. Right now, as we walk through memory lane, seeing every frag possible in the highlight reel, it's a big story to tell. Could we see overtime on 2 maps out of 3? That's a potential possibility. We could even see Passion UA just close it in regulation with a bit of a comeback. Dynamo would be swearing at themselves for dropping 2 maps in similar fashion. I think the outcome that most are rooting for, especially those Czech fans who want to see the Vodafone Arena be lit up with hometown representation, is they want Dynamo to be able to finish the job, finally get it over the finish line. It's a one-round game. Not that much distance now between the all-important 13.
Not a long ways to go for either side, as they know how close they are to the top 8. The quarterfinals await them. Await only the winner, as the loser needs to play one more best of 3, and it's anybody's game at that moment. Soon we will go back to the server. There we go. 9-10 is the scoreline, and you can see even the odd makers have no idea what's going on. It's a 50-50 matchup. This match has shown that so far. On the edge of the rope is the side of Passion, as they really don't have a lot of money in reserve. On the other side, a comfortable buy in the hands of Dynamo Eclot, and even a little bit more money in reserve should they lose this round.
Yeah, if they at least get a bomb plant, they can buy fully into the next, maybe a little bit of utility or maybe one SMG or Galil, but still enough to make matters quite squirrely on the side of Passion, especially considering we could end up seeing one of those broken round scenarios. Oh, that's a good flashbang though. Forzy completely bind. Demka will take him out. At least eLive will trade back. So it's a 4-on-4. Remember, the weaponry not quite there, and Waro with an 8-17 scoreline, and just with so many whiffs so far, has been very absent in this particular map. His best map probably was Train, and even then wasn't exactly stellar. So oh, there we go. He'll impress us there, immediately zeroing in onto Mikey. The IGL of Passion UA will frag as well, and this is a 2-on-4 suddenly. Dynamo Eclot, they're gonna gamble here. Detour, the only member, and he's got the bomb. He's headed towards B. The smoke comes out. It's going to start to potentially threaten rotations, but he's got multiple members to find on this bomb site.
They're not budging. They're not budging, and there goes the bomb. That's it. That's done. It's going to be 10-all. As nothing provided from Dynamo Eclot in this round. Again, finding space, but space was not enough. That 1-for-1 trade towards mid was something that gave them a chance, a quickfire double, though, to put Passion UA into an advantage. Then just a Hail Mary play, hoping that a smoke towards CT can make all the CT players rotate over to that other site. That wasn't enough. 20 rounds played, nothing to separate them.
Yeah, it's rough stuff now as 10 for 10, but the buy is not there. Dynamo Eclot got no bomb plant. They will not buy properly into this round. Instead, going for a half. Of course, we got decent equipment here with some Kevlar. Forzy on the Galil. No utility to speak of anymore in this round, so they are going to have to contact their way. And look at the stack from Passion. They've read this like a book. Waro will have a couple of sitters. Instead, he tries the flick. Well, the utility's going to come out. They have to play ahead of this. They have to go for it, and it's not necessarily working out, but Nubik, he almost doubled up. That might have been a glimmer of hope. Instead, it's just going to be the Deagle of Mikey that stands between the 3 survivors. Passion UA. With Quem rotating over, I think this one's an open and shut case.
Yeah, he grabbed that Galil, but half HP. Quem just waits, and there's the lead for Passion UA. 2 rounds left to go, and they'll make their way to the top 8. And as you said, Dynamo could be in a situation where they're just screaming at themselves for what happened in that previous map, in this map to an extent as well. They're still not out of it. They're going to have a bye in the next round, but the next round could be the difference maker for this entire best of 3.
Yeah, remember, the money hasn't been stellar for the side of Passion UA. The defenders, I think they've probably got at least 1 bye left in them. But we could really be knocking on the door of overtime if Eclot can actually get over the line in this next round. I'm going to take the tactical pause. None left. So a lot on the line here. As far as I'm concerned, Dynamo Eclot have proven that they can hang at this level. If you're able to win a tier 2 event like Passion UA were able to earlier, or like Navi Jr. were some time recently, that's definitely a nice little calling card. Obviously, online CS has its ups and downs, but you got to be able to succeed at this game if you want to get to the LAN event.
Oh, that's not going to sound.
No. That sounds like a reconnect.
One of the downs of online Counter-Strike is that the players need to be their own tech support, and
yeah,
one of the players' game has crashed. Hopefully, he will connect quite soon back to the server, and we can continue. Many tech pauses actually throughout this best of 3. They slowed us down. Somewhat
is what it is. You know, we talk about it. Yeah, you talk about tech support. I mean, most of the little interruptions here have been due to cameras, which we, of course, have talked about elsewhere, that we need those cameras to work properly. You can see Waro restarting his game client there. He'll be right back on. Overall, though, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, the cameras do give us some nice little insight, not just to the players' moods, but I actually like seeing what's on their screen.
Yeah.
It gives me a little bit of a, you know, I guess sometimes it might give you a bit of an eye strain if you're looking at someone with their NVIDIA settings cranked to the max. But besides that, you get to see, oh, yeah, they're looking at their notes or they're on Twitter. You never know what they're doing. Gives you a little bit of insight into what they might be going after here. And you know the tension must be high when it's 11-10 and your opponents have the bye. Passion UA going to be thinking about that over as they wait for Waro to boot back into the server.
From what we've seen, the round has restarted, so we're probably going to hop back into the game as Passion UA.
Oh yeah, that's another reason to enjoy the cameras, right? You get to even see a live update.
Exactly, you know what's going on.
Yeah, keeping their eyes peeled and glued to the screens. There you go, Mikey. Getting himself a good little angle. I can't believe some players, and a staggering number of them, play in the dark. My eyes would not be pleased with that setup.
Well, I mean, we're a bit older than a lot of the players we cast, so it could be a difference maker. Like,
Zoomers.
Remember when you're 20 and everything works correctly? I'm talking about eyes, not other parts of the body.
True, yeah, my knees aren't complaining yet. Let's hope that stays.
We're not that old. Not
one day.
Just yet.
Dynamo Eclot are definitely focusing their attention towards the B-bomb site. On the other side of things, it's really only Mikey on the lurk with that AK into A main. Hasn't really made too much noise, but Passion UA know something might be up. No mid play, no mid presence. 3 members stacking this B-bomb site. Passion UA, they've got themselves a good little bit of info, especially as Quem starts to go hunting, go looking. I don't think he's going to be checked. Oh, I say that. Detour does spot him out, but that little bit of a dink is misinfo. Went through the stones there and stopped it from really finding too much purchase. Nubik, he's got to be so careful, and it turns out he's not careful enough. That's a 2-man advantage for Passion UA as they look for match and series points.
Yeah, but Mikey, a classic play on the T side of Ancient, finding his way through the temple. Of course, it is expected, and Clem will take his head off. They're stopping them in their tracks. The protectors of Prague are wavering. They're dwindling. The white flag might be out. As
the Barbarians are at the gates. You got to rally now. You have to defend now. Ironically, by being on the offense. And in this 2-on-5, it does not look good. I think there might be saving for OT. Once again, they had to do this once before. It was on Anubis, but back then it was only 1 round that they needed. Here, they need 2. And if they die after time, it's all for naught. As Forzy gets run down, he frags twice, a 3rd time, but Elive goes down. That's so much money lost. Disaster.
Oh yeah, they're staring at the abyss that is the 2-and-2 bracket as their captain has $400 to his name. They did save the op, but the rest of the players around 3,000. That's not enough to work with, not enough to take the control you need. That's gonna give Forsey some confidence, and he's gonna have to use that confidence. That op is gonna have to make a lot of noise. There you go, and Woro's dead. +1 for Dynamo, and they're still alive.
Not exactly a weapon you want to recover on the T side. You already have 1 op, but Nubik might be able to double up on that advantage. Quem spotted in middle. desperately holding on to that control. And they've cited one player spamming through the B-bomb site. But Topa. Oh no. Topa's got them. Clotheslines one. Detour makes a jump. That'll certainly do the trick. HE misses the mark. Eli with the AWP is going to charge forward, but that might have been a little bit of a mistake. Jacasmo gets two, and look at this. Demku, he's going to even do one better. It's all down to Nubik in the 1-on-2.
Yeah, is this doable, though? No smoke. A flash available. Two, in fact, but not going to help in 13-10. That's it for map number 3, and we can see them an exhausting day that resulted in 2 big victories. They won an event earlier today, and now they're making their way to the top 8 as Passion UA beat the Protectors of Prague. Passion UA will play the decider for LAN.
Yeah, one best of 3 away from making it to LAN for these guys. A lot of them, it would be their first time. Of course, not Waro, who's a bit more of a veteran, and obviously Dynamo Eclot, they're looking for that same action. It started off promising here in the final round. Forzy getting that hot headshot through the smoke. Felt like a miracle looking down upon them, but every other frag going the way of that CT side, and Passion UA will punch their ticket indeed. Certainly get pretty close to getting all the way to Prague, where they hope to be the conquerors. Of course, it's not over yet for Dynamo Eclot. Yeah. They have one more chance in that 2-2 bracket. We won't know who their opponent is going to be until probably tomorrow, but that being said, there's still plenty more exciting Counter-Strike to be played in the event. And this series really did deliver.
Oh, yeah, absolutely did. It is going to be very interesting to see how things are going to go from here, but not an easy situation for Dynamo Eclot as they've lost a best of 3 that they could have won on map number 2, on map number 3 as well. They are going to be kicking themselves a little bit. Of course, earlier today, Navi Jr. got that default win onto RUSHB, and they also made their way to the top 8. We know 4 teams left to book their ticket. Tomorrow, we'll see one promotion match. That will be Partizan versus 500, and one elimination match as well. So a lot of good Counter-Strike here in the Conquest of Prague.
Yeah, that's right. And then, of course, there will be 2 more elimination matches to round out our 2-2 bracket before we end up going through the final 3 matches of the Swiss stage. So we are in the final week, so to speak, of the Conquest of Prague Swiss stage. Of course, those quarterfinals still yet to be played before we decide who's making it to LAN. You can see the overall map of things here. The Swiss stage will conclude on the 6th of May. And then those deciders played over the course of 2 days will eventually give way to the LAN playoffs, where absolutely you can expect a warm welcome, assuming Dynamo are able to make it there. Still a lot of work ahead of them to do so. And I will say, now it's getting a lot harder. We've got 2 event winners at Tier 2 in the top 8. We also have 2 teams that absolutely should be head and shoulders above this competition in Fnatic and ENCE. If you just look at the pedigree of their organizations and the strength of their rosters, respectively, it does feel like this is going to be a very contested top 4. That could be the top 4 right there. So for us to see who else is going to join them, that is going to be an interesting tale told.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see who's going to join him in those deciders, because we already spoke about the deciders come day 1 of the Swiss stage, that they could really be hit or miss, even for the teams that make it through 3-0. So even though ENCE and Fnatic in theory should have an easy opponent in the deciders, I'm not completely convinced that they will be undefeated and that they'll have an easy job to actually go to LAN, even though LAN is like a big reward for all the teams that are putting the time in and grinding. I can see them failing at the last hurdle, even though they had really no problems getting to the decider matches.
Yeah, it was very easy for ENCE and Fnatic. It turns out they were tested a little bit in some of the series play, but for the most part, they weathered the storm. There were really only, I think actually ENCE was a 2-0, right? And Fnatic was a 2-1 over Passion UA. So we already saw a little bit of action between those 2 squads. And of course, we've seen plenty of action between ENCE and Navi Jr. to know that now that they are in the top 8, well, that's going to be a juicy matchup at some point, either on LAN or perhaps in those quarterfinals. So as we wait to see what else shakes down in these tournament standings. Of course, we do have 2 best of 3s tomorrow, as you mentioned. And hey, that 500 Partizan game, I know who you're rooting for, but that could be a very interesting one in and of itself.
Oh, yeah, I fear 500. They're always a very difficult side online, and they've shown that so far. I mean, I don't really want to talk about the allegations that kind of went from the 500 Partizan game that was played 2 months ago. That's completely irrelevant at the current moment because it's really, it's a bit of a grudge match tomorrow. So a lot of will be on the line, not just making it through to the top 8, but also kind of showing that you deserve to beat them when you beat them. A lot of course, interesting narratives are ahead of us. Tomorrow, we'll see that one promotion match. We'll also see that one elimination match. We'll show what team will be next eliminated from the competition, not getting to land, not getting even close to land. So a lot of interesting Counter-Strike is ahead of us. Tomorrow, 1700 hours is when the Conquest of Prague continues. That's it from us today. We wish you a very good night.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo? Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.